She's up, hose down and shit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Stephanie, how you doing?
Hey, good, Tom. How are you?
Pretty good. How's your day going out there?
Oh, good. We got warm today.
Yeah, it was hot here too.
Yeah.
What'd you get up to?
We got up to 79.
Wow. See, that's
Yeah.
still it's crazy for this early in the year, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Yeah, yeah. It's going to be in the 80s tomorrow and Saturday. So, yep, I'll have to hook up my air conditioning.
I don't blame you, but I mean, do you remember any days like that ever when you were young?
Not in May, no.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's just I mean, who knows exactly, what this is caused from, but there's no doubt about it. It's
Yeah.
warmer
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
now.
it's warmer. Yep, there is something with that climate change, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's for sure. And there have been incidents in the past with climate change, but not uh, not maybe the mom, not increases, decrease like the ice age. I mean, can you imagine if the ice age would have happened and people were around, they'd have been blaming it on this and that, which
Oh,
we
I
know
know.
would be true. So I mean, I do think it's probably CO2, fossil fuels. Oh,
Yeah.
and world population, just the number of living things that are in the world polluting.
Yep. Oh, yeah. No, I know. It is.
Oh, yeah, it really is.
I mean, I'm glad I won't live to see 20
No,
years
same
from
here.
now what
No,
it'll be
no,
like.
no, that makes two of us.
Oh, my
And
God.
if you I remember being a kid that like pollution was this abstract concept that was voluntary, and it seemed like all the nerds and the weirdos were like composting and recycling. And you're thinking these fucking wackos, man. And then at this age now, when you look at issues they've had with barges full of junk, they're trying to figure a place to park them in other countries and southern states and all sorts of shit. It's an issue. When you look at the amount of garbage you create as one person,
Oh, yeah,
even
I know.
and then you look at like neighborhoods or like you wouldn't even think it'd be possible to get rid of the garbage in New York City.
Yeah, I know. How
I
do they
mean,
even do it?
I know, yeah, good question.
I know. It
I mean,
amazes
because
me.
now, and especially now, where for a while you get away with like burying it in the thing and worrying about it later. Well, those days are long gone.
Yeah.
Now you can't bury everything.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody wants you burning.
Yeah.
You can't throw it in the water. I mean, yeah, fuck, who knows? And I know it, like, as an example, like plastic, it costs twice as much to recycle it as it does to make it brand new.
Well, yeah, what do they do? I mean, do they like I don't know anything about the dumps and stuff. Do they have people that pick through the trash and separate stuff
Well,
or
in general, I think in the more affluent communities, they give you two trash things, like one for, and they leave it up to you to voluntarily put the plastics in one, the glass in the other, and the other ones in the paper part. They let you, which makes sense, and if you're conscious about the environment, I'm more
right.
conscious about it than I used to be.
Oh yeah, I have my trash can and then I have my recycle bin.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I do. I mean, I've
So
really
I
improved.
try to separate, but I don't do it all the time. I admit it,
Yeah,
you know.
and down like in places like where I live, there are no facilities to do that.
Really?
No. I mean, I've improved quite a bit. There was a time when I was dumping 400 Dragon's Milk bottles a month in the trash.
Uh-huh.
And I'm down to $3.99.
Well, now, how do you get rid of your trash? Do you have a garbage man or?
No pickup here. Actually, we dump it off at one of Marty's factories.
Oh, so you have to haul your own trash
but
away.
for like, us, it's like not an issue. But now they do have places. What they do around here in these broke communities, they have places where they have a dumpster. And you got to drive it over there and throw it in there. There's like maybe 10 places you can do that in the county.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, but we never do. We just take it to his place and throw it out.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I pay, let's see, how much do I pay? I pay $80 every 3 months for trash.
Yeah. I mean, when you think of the trash and where they must take it, that's a deal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not complaining. I mean, yeah. I mean, you know.
Hey, you don't need to wear makeup tonight. Look.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I am having a cocktail myself tonight.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, I bought a couple cans of those, those Smirnoff margaritas in the big cans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought a couple of those at the store today. I mean, they're okay. They're not as good, as a real margarita, but
you'll be there forever trying to get drunk.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I'm almost finished one and I don't know. I think I got a little buzz on.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Hey, James, how you doing? Yeah, I've tried those, but I don't know. They're just like, once you get used to drinking this 11% beer, it's hard to drink those.
Yeah, these are, I think, 9%.
Are they that much?
Yeah.
Oh, no wonder you got a little buzz. That's good.
I'll get off my ass and go look at the can in a while.
Well, nine's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah. You'll find when you look around at the alcohol content in alcohol that there's a method to the madness on how strong it is.
Right.
It's just the way it is. I mean, beer, you can get a 6-pack all day long for $4. And then when you get up, by the time you get up around 11, it's $17.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the same thing with the better, liquors and, wine's kind of consistent. Same thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't feel like buying I didn't want to get a bottle of booze because then I thought, oh God, I'll feel really crummy tomorrow.
So, when I drink it though, I mean, I'm lucky, I guess, because I just only drink a certain amount. I mean, I'm not saying I couldn't get a drunk driving ticket if I, went to get a bag of chips. But right. I'm never getting where I'm like getting hangovers the next day or anything like that. I mean, there's a point like I just don't want anymore, which I'm grateful for because that's the difference between, hey, Sharon, someone that, hey, Pug, drinks a lot.
Right.
And can't stop with someone that can.
Right.
I have noticed as I've aged, my tolerances went up. And what's weird is there's been incidents where, I get this GI thing going on and I've
Uh-huh.
been drinking for 2 or 3 months. And you'd think that'd be a long enough rest to like maybe need less alcohol, and it's not. Man, I'll not have a drink like in 3 months and like get a Coors Light. That's like, fuck, I don't have time to drink these.
Yeah.
It's crazy, I'd be here forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
know.
if I go to a place and that's all they have, I just don't do it.
Yeah.
And now I used to think when you hear these guys drinking these big, large quantities of cans of beer, I know why now. Because in order to get the same effect, they'd be drinking 4 beers to mine 1.
Yeah.
So you can see how they could go through a couple 6-packs.
Oh, yeah.
But I didn't when I was younger. You didn't notice the difference between low alcohol content and high alcohol content in the same kind of drink, beer. Yeah, weird.
Yeah. See, I never, beer, I mean, I drank it when I was younger, but I didn't really like beer. It just made me so full feeling. And
Yeah.
I just, no, I'm not, like I said, sometimes I like a Corona because
Yeah.
that's a light tasting beer. I
Yeah. I
can
like
drink those, but
once in a while I'll like one really cold with some limes.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Nobody has that. I couldn't find true. Dragon's Milk has a website you can go in and plug in your zip code, and I couldn't find that Dragon's Milk 18.7, that triple mash. I couldn't find it. I'll tell you this: there's been a couple times over the years where I would go into like a specialty place. Usually in places like Athens, you got a big population, more drinkers basically, and they will carry these things. But to me, I mean, 11% is about it. And I've tried high alcohol. Like I got another 11% stout. And the guy says, it's just as good as Dragon's Milk. No, it's not. It's just as expensive, but it's not as good. There's no fucking way I'd pay $17 for a 4-pack of that. But anybody that I've talked to about Dragon's Milk, even on here, you'll notice they'll make comments. They absolutely love it.
I've never seen it around here.
Yeah, well, but it's always like, let's say you have we call them party stores in Michigan. They call them like liquor stores here.
Right.
I mean, the closest place I can get Dragon's Milk around here is 33 miles away. So that could have something to do with you not seeing it because you're looking for what you want and you buy it and you're not looking for Dragon's Milk. But if you go on Dragon's Milk website, plug in your zip code.
Oh, okay.
But the way you described how like a heavy beer tasted to you, I doubt that you'd like it.
I wouldn't like it then. Okay, good. I'll never try it.
And I was talking to a guy when I got this beer yesterday, Augustine. He's pretty knowledgeable about stuff. He works there. He's like an assistant manager. And I was talking about Voodoo Ranger, what a deal it is for $10.99, 9% alcohol. He agreed with me, except I just don't, for whatever reason, care for ales that much. I don't like that hoppy, burning like Coca-Cola.
Right.
Beer, a good margarita is good. But even on those, like let's say you went out, you weren't driving, you want to have a good time, or I was at a concert, the hotel was connected to it. I would know better than to try to get drunk on margaritas.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know whether it's the sweetness and the alcohol. Now, there are places in Chicago, I'll tell you another super beer you can't get around here. You could get it in Chicago. It's called Big Eddie. Leinenkugel makes it. Another super beer. But if I was at let's see, I was at a concert or something like that, and stayed at a hotel and they had like Big Eddie on tap, or I would be in trouble. But I'm not going to sit in like somewhere and like drink non-good wine and shit. I mean, I have friends. I like good wine, and I knew a little about wine, not a lot, but through basically Anthony's dad. If you can afford it, I would never pay that. But if you're around people that have like lots of money, they'll go through $200 bottle of wine all night long.
Huh.
I've been with a couple friends of mine, not giving names, before,
Uh-huh.
where we've drank 4 or 5 $200 bottles of wine between the two of us.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this, with that good wine, the good shit,
Yeah.
you don't feel it the next day. A
Well,
big
what
lengthy.
makes it, what, I don't, what
Well, I'll
makes
tell you
it
what. I'll tell
good,
you what, man.
Tom?
You know what it really comes down to. Believe it or not, and I thought it was bullshit. Thank you, Michelle. And I thought it was bullshit. It really comes down to. I'll give you an example. The difference between a Walla Walla onion and an onion that you could buy 100 pounds for $50. It's
Oh,
grapes are no different than steak, aged cheese, nothing else. But it's hard to most people you don't get turned on to good shit like that. You're happy drinking your dragon's milk and you don't keep going. But when you're around people that have a lot of excess money and there is a social status uh, attached to drinking. I mean, doctors don't think they're getting drunk. They think they're enjoying the grapes. No shit, I swear to God. They do
right.
not want to sit down and watch NASCAR with a hole in their pants. They want to sip fine wine, and that's their way of getting a buzz. Yeah, Ardbeg 10's the cheapest, best heavy peat scotch in the world. It's a deal. It's only $55 a bottle. But as I said before, there's only 17 shots in a bottle. That's not that much.
Right.
Weird. Old Humble whiskey. You like that, huh? Yeah, Dragon's Milks. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, it's hard to find. I'll get you one when I pass through there. I used to like Sam Adams back in the day when nothing else was around. But when we were in high school, you could drink at 18 in Windsor, and
Uh-huh.
over there they had like 5.5% beer, which we just thought, wow, this is great, And none of us were getting trashed in either because we were all driving. And really, we probably didn't. We weren't drinking in high school in the States or any of that shit. We probably wouldn't have known the difference, but we sure as hell liked the idea of it.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and now, fuck, 5.5% beer is nothing. I would have never thought in my lifetime I would have ever. I've seen a lot of surprises. Who'd ever thought Elon Musk could fuck with Ford Motor Company? Who would think that
Yeah.
these microbreweries could kick fucking Budweiser in the ass?
Right. Oh, I know.
Yeah, I mean, shit. Hey Rita, how you doing? Yeah, it's just funny how things happen. Who would think that guys in our lifetime that are our age could be
Uh-huh.
building rocket ships and stuff of their own, flying to Mars and stuff?
Well, I know even the internet amazes me. Look how
Oh,
we can talk
yeah.
to each other
No.
on our freaking
Oh,
phones.
yeah, it's true.
I know.
I'm not saying it's like anything, right? Alcohol, dope, porn, whatever. Overall, though, in a big way, this isn't like 50-50. I love the internet.
Yeah.
I really do. I love it for so much.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have met Michelle any other way.
Aw.
Yeah, I
Hi,
know.
Michelle.
Hi,
Yeah.
Stephanie.
Full disclosure here tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Two Hearters. I've tried those. I think that's Dirty Bastard and stuff like that. I'm telling you, I'm just like, I don't like if I went to a place and we were getting dinner. So I don't. First of all, I hardly ever drink and eat. Once in a blue moon. Just lately, I've been getting margaritas. Maybe the last couple of years, and I'll get one. That's it. But I don't really like. There's a good chance that if I met somebody at a bar for some reason or something like that, I don't know what the fuck
Yeah.
I get once they gave me I look at a beer list, it'll be 110 beers on there. It's like, I don't think so. It's
Yeah.
not because I'm picky. I just don't like those ales, and I don't like the other stouts other than Dragon's Milk.
They really, like, as far as beer
Oh,
started coming along, it's been like, what, 10, 15,
yeah.
maybe 20 years when they started making like a vast variety of all these different
Yeah.
beers now.
They are cool. Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. But I mean, and like I said, I can take it or leave it. I mean, I've went for 2 years without having a drink. I could but I'd rather take it.
Yeah, I'm not a
I still say, I mean, you know, this is another thing that I talk about when we're having discussions about things. I don't have anything to hide anymore. And it's like, when I was 35 and I was talking in an open forum or someplace where I gave a fuck, I would say that I just liked a good margarita once in a while. And I wouldn't tell you why. Well, I know why I like it, and I know why I drink them, and it's because of the alcohol. Because
Well-
if you wanted to offer me virgin margaritas, I don't want them.
Oh, I know. No,
But
I don't
you,
either.
even to that, you talk to people about drinking that, or in this, not keep them with the Joneses, but that kind of wacko fucking stuff about why they just like the good taste of a beer. That fuck, maybe they do, 1 out of 1,000, but in general, it's because of the way it makes you feel.
Of course.
Yeah, I really do. What were you going to say, Michelle?
I don't think that people drink just because it tastes good. Like, I mean,
No.
I'm sure there's
But they will say that. All you got to do is go into any bar with somebody and ask them, do they have any non-alcoholic beer? And then watch
Right.
them blow a half inch of dust off the only 6-pack they have.
Well, that's what I
Yeah.
that's a good point. That's what you should tell people. You should
I
be
do
like,
tell them
well,
that.
if
But,
it's not
the
for if it's not for
non-alcoholic
the
beer,
alcohol, then get non-alcoholic.
yeah, the non-alcoholic beer is the guy that's going through fucking the 12-step thing. He doesn't
Right.
want to just
Right.
sit there drinking water.
Right. Yeah,
But non-alcoholic booze sucks.
I've
I've
never
seen
tried.
people pay the same price for virgin drinks.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they do.
Out of their fucking minds.
Why? Most of
Yeah.
it's just like syrups and
No,
stuff
I know, but you think
anyways.
they'd give you a deal because you weren't getting the booze in? And they don't. Places are strange. I used to eat at that restaurant where I'd run into like Robert Plant, Kevin Bacon. Shit, it wasn't even a big deal. It was just in a good location. They had those like garage doors that went up. There were always celebrities in there. And, it was interesting to see like the kind of booze people bought and why they did. You could come in there and it was a nice place. It looked like a great place to get drunk in the summer. And I would see guys come in there and say, I'll take a double. And it's like, oh, we can't do that. It's like, you
Really?
can't do that. It's a fucking bar. It's like, yeah, but this is a family establishment. No doubles here. And I'd never heard that before. So they want to give the image of no one's coming there to get soused. Yeah, isn't that strange?
Yeah, I've never heard of that before.
And I guess I haven't increased. I hope it doesn't get worse. I mean, so far I haven't. Of course, I don't drink those kind of drinks anyway. But at least I haven't graduated to doubles yet. God damn. That's got to be some kind of drinking problem.
Oh, God.
No,
I know.
And I would never be a person that you could see me doing a shot in a beer.
Oh,
Yeah, unless I start dating again.
I've done margaritas and then had a tequila shot and then had another margarita and then had a tequila shot.
No, but then I could kind of. I don't like the taste of tequila, even good ones. Tastes like.
Oh,
fucking,
you don't?
No, I mean I
Oh,
like
see,
it in
I
a mixed
do.
drink, but even that good tequila, that $125 or $200 a bottle, Don something.
Oh,
yeah.
Don Julio.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No thanks. To
yeah.
me, it'd be a waste of money.
Oh, it's
Actually,
good.
that place where I get that really good ceviche, the big giant plate of it, they advertise Don Julio shots, which is pretty cool for a local Mexican restaurant. Yeah.
For me, it's like a very small percentage of liquors that actually taste good. Just straight liquor where I could just sip on it and be like,
I'll tell you a good one to sip
like,
on. This will pull you right out of your doldrums. Now, I'm glad you said that because I don't know why it jogged my memory, but I think there's a, I've talked about this crazy poet, Charles Bukowski, was kind of always an outside guy looking in. And he said and he was an alcoholic. And as he said, if he didn't have alcohol available for him throughout his life, he'd have killed himself at 25.
wow.
And you laugh and it's like, oh, really? But sometimes I wonder, it isn't always a bad ending when you're depressed and you drink. And I can't help but think that in some occasions, there's some good that comes out of drinking. It isn't all bad.
No,
Do you
I think.
Do you
like,
believe this?
You know why? Okay, so, and I don't want to take
Dave.
for people who do have alcohol problems and stuff, like it always, for some reason, when I would go on some kind of like, I would call it like when I was going through like a really just a really hard time in life or whatever, if I started drinking like regularly, like not
Yeah,
like all the time and everything, but
yeah,
like at night or whatever, like it would help put me back to where I was supposed to be
yeah.
instead of
Thank you.
like
Yeah,
just
yeah. That's what
you
I
know.
say.
But like I would go through periods like that, but then I
Yeah,
could stop it again. But it wasn't
yeah.
like
No, yeah.
I had to
Same. I
keep
think
on
so.
doing that. So I don't want to get anybody on a routine thinking like,
No,
you know
yeah,
what
I
I
know.
mean? Because
But I'll tell you this. I mean, I enjoy chats way better when I'm drinking.
well, because you're probably a little bit more relaxed. Like I don't see I don't see any issue if somebody wants a drink or two, if they're really stressed out, because life is stressful.
Yeah,
Having
yeah. I mean, this is where it gets dicey. Well, yeah, life is stressful. And that's my pal Stephanie. Stephanie, what better thing to take some of the stress off than a good drink?
Oh, nothing. Every time I drink, I always have a good time. I never get uh like sad or depressed. You know how when some people drink they get all
Yeah,
sad and cry.
yeah,
I've never been one of those. I've always had a good time every time I've drank. So
me too.
um I don't see anything wrong with it. I just, I don't do it at home very often because I enjoy drinking with other people.
Yeah,
Like tonight, I'm having a can or two of this Smirnoff stuff, but I don't usually, because I like to go out and enjoy,
yeah. See,
be in a bar and with my sister or my friend and,
yeah,
a social event.
yeah. I only do that. See, I'm too worried about. And I don't know why I thought of this, but as you said that, like, I do get a margarita here and there. That's it. That's all I'm going to get. And if there were kids or I was taken or something like that, I never drink. It does impair you.
Oh,
You may not be legally drunk, but I'm not being responsible for people in my car or something like that. I
oh,
don't even
right.
want
Oh,
one drink.
no.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean? But I got too much on my mind to go out. I guess there's a difference between a drink, a margarita, and a good Mexican dinner. And when I'm drinking at home, I'm not worried about it. When I'm
Right.
outside, I am worried about it. Hey, Susan.
Hi.
How
Hi,
Hi,
you doing?
Susan.
Michelle. Hi,
hi, Susan.
Stephanie.
Hi, Susan.
Yeah, I had, but I do think that I think it definitely enhances things. I mean, I've never smoked marijuana, but I have taken some gummies, and I would not take. I'm not shitting you. I would not, even if you took the right dose, which is people argue about. I'm not doing that shit driving.
Oh,
Oh, no way. No way.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
I'll tell you
see
what I
that
would like to do.
driving.
I would like to like take one and go to a really kick-ass art museum. You know, the people that sit on the bench and just stare at like an impressionism painting for 2 hours. I'd be doing that shit,
Well,
crying.
some of those places they give you like
Yeah.
alcohol. You can get wine and
Oh, and that's a
stuff.
brilliant idea. Whoever thought of that. But once again, you're back into getting home.
yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? If they want to really make these art places fly, you need to be able to go there, pay there, and have fucking sleeping bags for another $100.
Yeah.
Well, Tom, that's why there's Uber and all sorts of
Yeah, that's true. But like now where I live, there's not. Yeah, that's true. You know, the way it's worked out in my life and stuff, you know, that shit, I never been in one of those things. It's just like
a cab, nothing.
cab, yeah, but this Uber thing that came, I was always like, I don't know. I never
Well,
like was a place where I could take advantage of. And believe me, I think it's a great idea.
well, Tom, some people that have money, they have their own personal drivers too, that they can
Yeah,
call.
yeah, that's true. I know you can get some of these limousines and stuff pretty cheap, but I don't like fucking around like that, man. Like I don't, I'm a total whoremonger, lech, fucking pervert, but I don't like legitimate massages either.
Really?
I know what's that got to
Was
do
that-
with
We
Uber?
know what's that got to do. Oh God, there you go, changing the
No,
subject, Chris.
no, but just like you get certain like things that you just stay away from for who knows why. I just don't like the idea of sitting in the back seat and some fucking closet serial killer on meth driving me somewhere. You don't know who you're getting.
Yeah. I have to take an Uber quite often when I fly into Seattle. And I've had some crazy Uber drivers.
Oh,
I've gotten to the
seriously?
point now that I give them an extra $10 so they just like drive normal.
No.
It scares the shit out of you.
I think that's dragon's milk on my lip. I do it with carrot juice too.
Oh yeah, I've had some crazy Uber drivers too.
Dragon's milk will leave you
Have you?
like you're drinking chocolate milk. Dragon's milk, but that's what it is. I don't know what it is. Huh. Thanks for noticing. Yeah, could be. You drink it all, Susan?
No, not really. Not too
Okay.
much.
All right.
No, I kind of had my day with drinking. I retired too early, and so we traveled the United States for 3 years, and I kind of drank too much during that time, and I thought, I better just lay off of this. It's easy to do when you become kind of idle.
Oh yeah, it's true. Bored, you mean?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Was bored. Yeah.
And what would you
Absolutely.
what would you say that during those times drinking did for you?
I loved it. It was great because it was just a social thing.
Yeah.
When you're
Mhm.
traveling, you would hook up with people in RV parks and whatnot, and that's what you did.
Yeah. Oh, so you did the
I was
RV
in-
thing.
Yeah, we had a big motorhome.
Cool.
So
what-
I laugh when I
Yeah,
hear
what
you
was it
talk.
like? That's what I want to know. What was it like?
Well,
Overall.
super expensive. A lot of times it was very stressful. You got to watch the winds. You got to,
Mm-hmm.
when you're on these tight freeways, especially in Louisiana, the roads are a disaster, and they're always under construction because they pretty much sink. They have to let that ground settle for like 10 years before they can put a good coating on it. And so it's just always under construction. So you've got just narrow lanes with semis, and it's super stressful.
Well, I know. I drove
Yeah.
like 4 Class A motorhomes back from people from Miami.
Mhm.
One
Mhm.
time pulling a boat too. Now you wouldn't think that no endorsement, nothing. Totally legal to drive it. Doesn't that just seem nuts?
Yes.
That's stupid enough. Yeah, I thought
Absolutely.
I can do this. You're up front on this damn thing, and it's like you're just. Thank God it had cameras on the corner. It probably wouldn't have had any fenders when I got there.
Yeah. We were 54 feet long
Yeah,
with towing a car,
yeah.
and it's insane.
And with me, you wouldn't think you could run out of fuel with 200-gallon gas tanks. You can when you're inexperienced because every place looks too small.
Yeah.
The
Mhm.
roof's too low. It's a tight turn. You're not supposed to back up with those cars and shit when you're pulling something.
You've got to unhook them.
Yeah, you got to unhook. So basically, that's the last thing I wanted to do at 3 a.m. So
Yeah,
it
we got
really,
into
you
that
think you got all
situation.
this fuel in it, and it's just like it started. It finally, the light bulb came on, and I just pay the extra quarter a gallon myself to go to a truck stop. It was worth not worrying about tearing off the roof.
Yeah. We had to go to truck stops, but it's just very stressful. Maybe
It
that's
is.
why
No,
I
you're
drink
right.
too much.
I
don't
think
know.
pulling trailers is stressful too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got a trailer now, and we don't really go anywhere too much anymore. We've been home for a year. We traveled for a few months in the South because that's kind of where my heart lies, is in the South. Charleston, Savannah, that area.
Okay.
So I spent quite a bit of time there, but I'd love to go back.
Yeah, it's too Bible for me.
Yeah. Well, I stayed a lot in Bow Bridge and Cajun country and whatnot, and it's pretty cool. The French theme, I like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's one of the few places that I drive around New Orleans.
Yeah, it's a real shithole.
Yeah, I hate that fucking place.
Yeah.
How you doing, Mark?
Hi, good. How are you doing?
Could you make
Hi,
some more
Mark.
noise, please?
Sorry. Is everybody drinking here tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
That's Susan. Oh,
All
there you go.
right.
Welcome. Yeah. Hey, Susan. Did it finally get to where you were playing Russian roulette towards the end of the trip? And you just said, "Fuck this thing. Let's quit doing it."
Yeah, we ended up. Well, I had to buy some property because I was doing a 1031 exchange, and yeah, I finally just said I'm done with this shit and bought a place and
Oh, okay.
settled down. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't.
because it just was. I wouldn't even want to add up the money that it cost. I mean,
Oh no, I know.
it does not matter if you have a brand new RV.
No, you're exactly right.
$800,000 one. They're all
No.
a piece of shit.
You're exactly right. And you'll be out in the middle of bumfucked Egypt, and there'll be some pump that it takes a midget to get back to change.
Oh yeah.
That'll be on back order for 10 days,
Mm-hmm.
and you can't get
Oh, yeah.
anybody to put it in. No, they're junk.
Well, I worked.
Oh, we've
I,
had diesel leaks, diesel blowing out the whole back into the motorhome and been stuck places, propane leaks. You just name it, it's happened.
No.
It's unbelievable.
I used to work for an RV place, and they would offer like on the road assistant plans and
But you don't think you're going to need one with a new thing. That's what gets you fucked.
right.
You just laid out, your fucking whole 401k for this fucking thing.
Well,
And the
good luck
last
when
thing
you're
is-
in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
And
in the middle of
and you're
nowhere.
calling somebody and it takes them 8 hours to get to you.
Yeah.
I had my own version of an RV. I had a pop-up tent trailer. Remember those things?
Yeah.
There you
I had one
go.
of those for a few years.
Were
Paid
you,
me-
one of the guys
yeah.
were you one of the guys that didn't take a spare? The guy that's on the side of the road and it's there 2 weeks later?
Yeah, no. But I would pick up the lug wrench or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, these are oddball tires too. It's like you're not getting one, in the middle of Montana at 4 a.m. Why you wouldn't have 3 of them with you everywhere you went, I can't figure out. You see it with boat trailers too, but you know what gets a lot of these seasonal trailers? They don't grease those bearings. Especially boat trailers. You're
Yeah.
taking them in and out of the water, and all of a sudden it sits there all winter, and it's a nice day, and you just take off and you fry the bearings, and you got this
Mhm.
axle they quit making in 1952. And there's
Yeah,
your
and what's the oh, I'm sorry. It's hard for me to gauge who's when you're done talking or not on this.
no, that's okay. That's all right.
And what's the percentage of boat trailers that you see on the road that their tail lights don't work?
No, yeah, that's going in and out of the water.
Yeah.
Yep, that's
You don't
exactly
get-
right.
You don't get that up here. Everybody up here, you get pulled over right away and tagged.
Really?
Yeah. They keep the roadways really safe and studious up here.
Well, he's got a point, Susan. He has no Kentucky and Tennessee.
I'm not allowed in Canada, so
Oh yeah.
Well, you got
Yeah,
a criminal
so-
record?
well, I don't know. I'm pretty much red flagged at the border.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to bring the wrong side. I had the RV and I was meeting some friends up there, and my husband had taken off on motorcycles and met me up there. So anyway, I was by myself, and you're traveling full time. Every RVer has a gun. You're
Right.
crazy if
Yeah,
you
got
don't.
it. Yeah, I got it.
Oh.
Well,
All right.
yeah, and I'm not sure what the deal really was, because I was with the King County, Seattle Police Department, Sheriff's Department, and so I had a clearance. So I don't know if when I said I didn't have a gun because that came up, or they just flat ass didn't
Oh,
believe
gotcha.
me. I'm not sure. Well, I had a 9mm, and the barrel was a half an inch too long to be allowed up in Canada.
Ah,
And yeah, it
That
was
sounds like Canada.
it was a terrible deal. I was detained for hours.
bullshit.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
They
that's
took my
bullshit.
dog and put my
They'll make a
dog away.
terrible
Put me.
experience.
It was
Hey,
a
I was
major
a teenager going up there. I was a teenager going up there my senior year, and they took our walkie-talkies.
deal.
They said they were too
Really?
powerful out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
I got pulled over at the border and they went through my car and everything because they thought that we were child trafficking. And they had to run everybody's, yeah. So I had to sit at the border for like an
Oh,
hour and a half till we got cleared.
How many kids were you bringing up?
Yeah.
2. One of them was my son
Oh,
and his
Unbelievable.
friend.
wow.
Oh my God.
Well, you got to give them credit for this, though. You know, at least they're trying. No wonder their crime rate's lower.
Yeah,
That's
right.
You
It
don't let
works.
everybody
It
fucking-
works. It
does
works.
work. Yeah, you don't let every hooligan in the world through there.
Oh, I don't know about that with some of the refugees now that they're.
Yeah, but that's a political thing. You know, I know guys that have got drunk driving tickets that had to sell their hunting cabin in Canada.
Yeah.
Couldn't go there anymore.
believe it.
Misdemeanor. Yeah,
I
misdemeanor.
believe it. Yeah,
And you
I
couldn't-
tried to get into.
You
I
couldn't.
tried to get into Canada a couple of years ago, and I was still red flagged. They let me in, but it was a major ordeal. I mean, like 3-hour ordeal. And I asked them, I said, "Am I always going to be flagged?" And they said, "Yep, they'll never take it away from me." So
You're like a
should see-
perfect example, though, to show in a training video. Like, you see this lady here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
picture might still be up on the wall.
Yeah,
somewhere.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
And for what?
This is when people are
Nothing
getting
major.
sloppy and they let them pick people out they think have contraband. They
Yeah.
always think you're just
Oh,
Susie
God.
Homemaker. Let her through. Nope, wrong.
They make
Classic
Yeah.
mule.
they make you feel like a criminal even if you're not. Like,
Oh, yeah.
what am I doing wrong?
yeah. And then they made me leave. They said, "Okay, we will allow you in Canada, but you have to leave Canada and re-enter through the US side with this piece of paper." So of course, once you hand over this piece of paper, oh Jesus, there was like guys with bulletproof vests coming out and helmets and oh yeah,
Yeah, man.
put me in this room. And what they did was they made me write a statement saying that I would never bring a gun of this caliber into Canada again. And they made me pay what the gun was worth. At the time, it was like, I don't know, $800 or whatever. And they kept my gun and made me
What?
pay what the gun was worth. Yeah.
Fuck
no shit.
Canada. Mark, we're not letting you on here anymore.
Yeah.
I'm never going to Canada.
We still have that gun, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you buy that gun, Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of my collection.
Yeah. That's the way to do it. It saves a lot of shopping.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't blame you. It gives you like a bad taste in your mouth.
Yeah.
I get hassled getting into my own country.
Yeah, but you look like a, you know, a
Renegade.
they'll be taking blood out of you and fucking running your DNA. Like, what do you do? I play in a band. Like, how come you smell like marijuana? Well, I do, but I didn't bring any with me. And it just goes on and on.
Hey, you know what I
Yeah.
got at the Indian Reserve today? Some authentic magic mushrooms.
You lucky bastard.
Turns out it's
Oh
legal.
boy.
They sell them on the reserves now.
Yeah, now, you know, some of that shit, I don't know how it is in Canada, but like you know, like there's certain like things like, yeah, you can get it, but firecrackers were like that for a while. You could get them, you could light them off, but don't let them catch you up transporting them, you know, shit like that. In other words, once you get out of the Indian reservation, they can break it off in your ass, can't they?
I don't know because we're legal up here for a lot of things.
Yeah, but how
And
about those?
I don't know. I don't know if it's still gray area
I bet
because
you. I bet it's totally illegal.
I bought a hookah the other day and the guy was selling kratom from.
Yeah, but that's an herb. They're trying to shut that down here.
Yeah, I heard. And I asked him, "Is
Fucking
that
Oregon's-
legal?" And he goes, "Oh yeah." There's a lot of gray areas and there's a lot of new legislation now here.
Yeah, but I don't think gray area is the fact that you can't buy them in your own hometown. You can't because they're totally fucking illegal. I bet. It ain't any gray area. They
Yeah,
don't
but
want you having it.
if they're legal on the reserve, they're going to be like if they let the indigenous have them, they're
They
going
let
to
them have them on the reserve.
Yeah, but what's the justification of letting them have it? And
It's it's a sovereign nation. It's a country within a country.
That's true.
I bet you if they caught you with those magic mushrooms in your town you're living in now, they'd charge you.
I better eat them all then, eh?
Good idea. Now there are places like Ann Arbor, Michigan, where it's illegal, but they promise not to charge you.
Yeah.
That's
Lot-
different. But
Any-
I would bet, Canada's weird on a lot of that shit.
Yeah, but it's changed a lot since.
Yeah, I bet you call your local police department or say you're calling from a friend, block your number. It's like they're magic. If you, on a traffic stop, if I had some magic mushrooms that are criminal, I bet you they'd say, yeah. Once you're outside that Indian reservation with those,
Yeah, I know a couple of cops here. I can talk to them and I can tell them, look, I was on the reserve and buying my illegal smokes that I'm smoking out here in front of you. And I noticed that they're selling magic mushrooms there now. What's the legislation on that? And they'll fill me in, I'm sure.
yeah, I bet you're done. And I wonder if they're the real McCoy.
They are. I already tested them.
Oh, good for you. God damn.
I don't waste any time.
Lucky, what'd they charge for those, by the way?
Very, very cheap. Cheaper than my black market connection.
Wow.
They were a quarter of an ounce, 7 grams for $20.
Jeez.
The normally,
Susan's getting pissed. She can't go into Canada.
Yeah, right.
God.
there's more and more
Don't
places
they-
in the States that have them.
Well, I've never fucked with them, but there's some really good evidence that they help shelve PTSD permanently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, permanently, all right.
Be great. You
I
know,
know.
Don't they
if
have
you could
in
get 'em?
Costa Rica? They have like resorts. Well, I'll call it a resort, I suppose, resort/clinic to where you can go and do mushrooms, and they pretty much administer them for
Oh, my
depression
place.
and PTSD and stuff.
Yeah.
Susan, it's called My Place.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Good name for it. Yeah,
No.
I'd try them if I could. I know they've talked about doing them, making them legal places, but I don't know. Who knows? Pot is legal. This is interesting. Pot is legal in Cherokee, North Carolina. That's shocking to me.
Why, is that Bible
Oh,
Belt?
there you go. Well, it is, but he said on the reservation, not in the rest of the state. Yeah, now that makes sense. Yeah, they got that. They got that big casino up there. And pot is legal, huh? Isn't that something? I do know there was talk, and there was an article that came through. They said they were going to do it. And I never followed up on it, but the DEA is going to reclassify. Now in the United States, marijuana is actually classified as a Schedule I drug, the same as heroin, which is why you can get busted for trafficking, mailing it. Isn't that nuts?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
They're
crazy.
trying to change that, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
The Democrats are, aren't they?
mostly. They're not all bad.
I'm so used to it, being legal here in Washington. It's been legal a long time.
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah, it's just amazes me how there's so many states that it's still illegal.
Yeah, like Georgia.
Oh,
They still use, in all traffic tickets are still criminal here. They're not civil infractions.
Are people still in the jails?
Fuck yeah, they can
penitentiaries
take you to
with that
jail down here
reason?
for running a stop sign, whether you can pay for the ticket then or not. It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. See,
I
most
have some
states didn't
friends
want to
in
go through this
Tennessee.
bullshit, burden of proof,
Yeah.
all this horse shit. They just treat it as a civil infraction. You know what I mean? And of course, everybody knows in the United States, marijuana is illegal in federal parks.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's trying.
Yeah, up here in our provincial parks, it's legal, and you can smoke it on your own campsite. Is the rules.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. See, you can't smoke it out in public here. No. You or drive your car. I mean, you'd get a DUI. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Better quit drinking.
But Tom, when you were talking about those gummies, that's all those damn things did to me. I just sat in the chair and I just stared at the TV.
But the way you explained it to me, you took way too many.
I don't know. No, my niece helped me with them.
Yeah, well, I mean,
10 milligrams.
now I'm sure you took too many.
It
Maybe your
was a
niece can
10
help you with mine.
milligram. I had to keep rewinding the movie because I couldn't understand. I kept
No, hey,
forgetting what the
no,
movie was.
No, I have the same problem. I promised myself when I promise myself when I do those, I promise myself not to cook anything. I'm not kidding you.
You can't do anything.
Last time I did a gummy, it took me an hour and a half to find my shoes.
I know it's terrible. I don't like those.
You're sure trying. You want to get a good laugh? Just sit there and you'll be just laughing hysterically, just you. And then try and read a book and take like a fucking 3-year-old quiz at the end of it.
Oh shit! No.
It's like you get to the quiz. It's a quiz on a book you just read. You get to the end of the quiz and they ask you, "When's the last time you read a book?" And it takes a while.
I know. Oh
And then
god.
you look down your lap. Oh, this is a book. Yeah, okay. No, it to me too. It like totally cancels my short-term memory.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
waiting until they come out with a hybrid that cancel my long-term memory. Is the one I got a problem with.
Oh my god.
Damn,
You know,
yeah.
my husband's got veterans insurance, Tri-West, through the military. And if he has, when they do a blood test, if it shows any marijuana in his blood, they will cancel all of his insurance.
That is so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because it's through the federal government.
Yeah, I think it is too. Well,
That's
if they
gonna
break,
change.
I don't think it's going to be like that a year from now.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, cancel all these. That's a hell of a motivator, though. Stay away from that shit. Huh? But here's the thing: he could drink all day long, and they're not going to cancel anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, so strange.
Yeah. Here's some pain pills for your bad back. Go ahead and drink, do whatever, but don't you
Right.
dare take a puff of a joint.
Yeah, I hate the
Right.
smell of it. I don't like the smell of marijuana.
No, I know.
Never liked it.
Yeah.
No, cocaine back in the 80s. Oh, hell yeah. Woo. Days.
You know, I never.
Right
I never
on,
tried it.
Susan.
Yeah.
That was when you knew it was cocaine you were buying back then.
Absolutely. I lived in Hawaii for 7 years, and back in the late 70s and early 80s, there were a lot of hippies that moved to Hawaii, and they moved there just to grow pot. But there was this one fellow that he would fly to Peru and bring back the real deal. And
Yeah.
that's back when everybody, it didn't matter It was the rich man's drug, I guess they called it back then, but everybody did it. It was just everywhere.
Oh, I know.
Those are some good
Everybody was
memories.
doing it.
I never fucked
Yep.
with.
Yep.
Hey, how was that
Good
Hawaii
time.
experience, Susan?
It was good. I liked it. I got my real estate license over there and sold real estate for a while. My dad owned Hawaiian Secured Realty, and it was good. But once my husband and I had our first daughter, we did not feel that it was good to raise her there at all, because there's a lot of prejudice stuff that goes on in Hawaii, believe it or not. It's pretty heavy.
Huh. Now, did Dad get rich doing that?
Yeah, he did very well for himself. But then he got married a couple of times after that and divorced, and you can read between the lines on that deal.
Yeah. Were they younger women?
Well, he was quite a character. Left my mom for the bookkeeper, because we owned, my parents owned a chain of restaurants at one time too. Left my mom for the bookkeeper and messed around with her, married her. Then he lived in San Diego. He had moved back from Hawaii, lived in San Diego, met this gal that was very wealthy. Her family's the one that started the gas lamp district in San Diego. And met her at the country club or the yacht club. And he lied to this gal and said that he was a widow. Yeah. So he went and hurried up, gave her a bunch of money, divorced the bookkeeper, and then went with the other rich gal, and she had him figured out within a year and divorced him. Then he married a professor.
He was
from
quite the
San Diego.
character.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And they finally divorced because she was liberal. And once he voted for Trump, the fight was on.
Yeah, right.
And they divorced. Yeah. But yeah, back to the original question. Hawaii was good experiences, but I was there at the right fun time, like, in the day, to where it was a blast.
Interesting. Now, is Dad still around? Your dad?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a real
He
hero, isn't
actually
it, Mark?
moved when he went through that divorce.
I always like
He
when
moved
these
here to
stories.
our little town.
I always like when these stories start out with, "He was quite the character."
Yeah.
You know where it's going to
Yeah.
go.
Now,
Well, I
Susan,
could elaborate into a narcissist, sociopath. I could go there, but I'll just say
Don't wreck it for us.
Susan, one question though: did this kind of drive you away from him? Just knowing
From
that
him?
that's did you lose, like, if you ever had any closeness? Did this bug you about the character flaws your dad suffered from?
For many years, I just kind of ignored it. But the older that I got, I had a hard time ignoring it and kind of called him on his bullshit a lot. And so, yeah, he'll go days without talking to me. He gets mad at me because I just don't put up with it. You can be in a room with him. He lives on the golf course, and so he provides alcohol for all these golfers just so they'll come over so he can feed them full of bullshit.
Yeah.
And I just can't stand listening to it. Jesus. It's just because half of it's exactly it is bullshit. But, he was back in the day, 70s, and his best friend had a plane, just a small Cessna in Tahoe. And that's back when you could take lessons. And I believe you were saying this on one of your lives one time. You could take lessons, learn how to fly the plane. You weren't regulated, didn't have to have a license, and you just took off.
Yeah.
You
Well, you
flew.
were supposed to, but you could take off and you'd probably never get caught.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Until you're flying into Tahoe, which is a really hard place to fly into because of the mountain ranges
Yeah.
and the wind.
Yeah.
And, I think every time they flew in there, they almost crashed the damn thing.
Wow. Now,
But
did Dad learn his lesson with women?
no, if he wasn't so old, he was, when he moved here 2 years ago, that old bastard, he put an ad on the internet. He's 81. He put an ad on the internet looking for a young chick.
God bless him.
I was so disgusted because, of course, that's your dad, and to even vision something like
Yeah.
that's disgusting. But he thought that much of himself. I don't know. It was just weird.
Mark and I are saying to ourselves, weird. How? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's just, yeah.
He needs to write a book.
Oh, yeah. It's
Whatever
unbelievable.
happened to the chain of restaurants?
They got sold off when my mom and him got divorced. He gave my mom one of them in Rogue River, Oregon, in lieu of child support for us kids. And she ran it. Now, she met this fireman, and he turned out to be a real weirdo and beat the hell out of her all the time and stole money from the restaurants. And she was a very weak lady, and anyway, ended up selling it and whatnot. She just couldn't handle it. But yeah, they sold them all. But he started, they were pretty successful. They were all in Oregon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's back when you could buy cheeseburgers by the bag, and he had Fran's Bread make this big, huge hamburger bun and sold it as the Monster Burger, and all the restaurants had the car hops when girls were on roller skates and whatnot.
Yeah.
Back in the day when onion rings were homemade and the fish and chips were halibut that were hand beer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yum.
The good days.
Yep. The good days. Yep.
Mhm.
Susan, that's right.
Well, he sure
But now
seems
up in Seattle, Steph, do you have a Dick's down by you? Because there's one up in Bellevue and Edmonds.
Yes. Well, the Dick's is probably, I'd say about 7 miles from my house.
So that's pretty
Yeah.
similar to me, to the old day little bag of cheeseburgers.
Right. Yeah, they're good. Dick's is real good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I never heard of it. And what's with you people out there in the West naming your hamburger chains? You got Dick's, In-N-Out.
Oh,
None of that.
oh God. Yeah,
I had
that
In
would
and Out tonight.
be in and out. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't
Yeah.
forget
Yeah.
BJ's Wholesale Club.
Oh, yeah, BJ's Wholesale Club. That's true.
BJ's.
Yes, I mean, of all the names you can come with, you think you get tired of it.
Yeah.
You know, In-N-Out. Well, I didn't realize the people that own that thing. Of course, you know they have money, but I didn't know they have crazy money. Those In-N-Out owners.
They're really good to their employees too.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A is like that.
There isn't.
Mhm.
We don't have.
Is Chick-fil-A Mormon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Chick-fil-A
No.
is
Christian.
right-wing fundamentalist Christians from Georgia.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Mormon is
That Hobby Lobby?
yeah. Pretty sure Hobby Lobby's Mormon, yeah.
Yeah, I had to go there to look for a picture frame last time I was in Seattle, and my daughter would not let me buy a picture frame from Hobby Lobby for her because of the abortion thing.
Oh yeah, huge. That transgender
Oh, yeah.
too.
Oh, when I was there with my motorhome, I had a new grandbaby. And so I took the motorhome up there and parked it alongside of their house for a couple of months to watch my granddaughter while my daughter transitioned back to work. And she works for nonprofit. So she's pretty, that'll kind of tell you.
Yeah.
So with
Liberal.
the Trump election, I thought I would get her goat this in 2016 because obviously I'm conservative. But so she was at work one day and I hung a Trump flag on the back of my motorhome on a pole.
Yeah.
And she came home and she was so mad. She started crying and she said, "I'm going to call the police on you if you don't take that down."
Oh God.
Oh, yeah. She's crazy. Just
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh God. I'd love to do that around here. My neighbors would probably protest in front of my apartment. Oh God.
You know it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, it's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Radical stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the world's nuts. I don't even watch TV anymore, hardly. Well, not at all. I don't even turn it on.
Well, I think you're better off. I just
Yeah.
got done watching this whole Stormy Daniels update, and I was
Yeah, I
just
watched that too.
fit to be tied.
You know, I can't. I mean, I think it's like a lot of things that come uncapped. You never think anybody's going to find out about it, but I haven't followed it. But of course, I know who Stormy Daniels is. 'Cause that just seems like, and she's not my type, by the way. I mean, I wouldn't even watch. There's certain people, if I knew they were in a movie, I wouldn't watch it. That's like the new era of porn, which sucks. I don't even think they're attractive, to tell you the truth. But has anybody listened to Stormy Daniels talk?
Mm-hmm.
No.
How's she come across?
She's very politically correct, bedroom witty.
Really?
I thought so. Yeah.
Interesting.
She's pretty sharp, but it's on a I don't know. It's on a trashy, try to be good level. Whoa.
Oh, God.
No,
Yeah.
I
I
have a
don't know. It's hard to explain.
I
Go
have a
ahead.
question. Do you think that Donald Trump paid her not to say anything to protect her? And she doesn't even realize that? She's just upset because he paid her off not to say anything in the beginning. And now she's trying to get some kind of like money or fame from it.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, he paid her off so she would shut the hell up and go away.
No,
And so
I don't think Donald
she wrote a
Trump
book.
cares about anybody else but himself.
really?
Nah.
Well, he's totally narcissistic.
I
Totally.
mean, he threw that cone
But-
under his lawyer under the bus. There's graveyards filled
Yeah.
with people. But I mean, you would
Yeah,
think
well-
with his.
Look at Andrew Cuomo. Do you think
Yeah.
he doesn't have a few little secrets and issues? Hell yeah.
Thank you, Susan. Yeah,
But you'd
Yeah.
think that you would think
they
with
all do.
those kind of resources, you could do a much better job. Or you just there with all the women out there. Maybe it's just a fetish, trashy porn thing, and they're hard to find.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it almost seems to me like in this day and age, I mean, yeah, it's embarrassing, but it's not the end of the world like it would have been 40 years ago.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
the Kennedys drowned in them, murdered them. They weren't telling anybody
Yeah.
anything. They weren't around anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Chappaquiddick,
Oh, yeah.
Marilyn Monroe, and who knows who else.
They all got their secret shit,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But do you think that it's possible to run a country and be that way, and it really one doesn't have anything to do with the other? Is that big a fucking deal?
To me, it's not.
Me either.
I think because,
Not at all.
that's just, normal people, you go to work, you're a different person. You come home, you're a different person. I don't think so, no.
Well, look at the
I don't.
rumors with Obama. You know, he's from Chicago. Didn't they? There was a deal floating around YouTube with the limo driver that carted Obama around to his long time boyfriend, that he was gay and he was smoking crack, and nobody talks about all that.
Yeah, I do find it interesting how certain people in politics get basically told out about all of their secrets, but some, that they probably have some, but they keep them squeaky clean in the media and everything else.
Absolutely.
I
And I
think
don't
it's
think
Oh yeah.
I think it's who you pissed off. I think Donald Trump pissed off somebody and they were just like, you're gonna get it, and he didn't believe it because he just thought that like he was above
Yeah.
everything, and it's
Mhm.
like, okay, here
Yeah.
you
Hold
go.
on, slow down, everybody. I'm keeping notes here. So Obama was a crack smoking
I
gay.
don't.
Absolutely.
you thought they were talking about the Toronto mayor, didn't you?
There are similarities, Tom.
I mean, I don't think it's that big a deal. I mean, the Clinton, Monica Lewinsky, that makes perfect sense to me. I get it 100%. I feel bad for her, not him, but to me, that wouldn't keep me from voting for somebody.
No, absolutely
No.
not.
Absolutely not. I agree.
No.
And I think, I mean, I feel bad for her. I mean, you can say, well, she was yeah, I know, but you know how shit works. It was just, she was
So do you
attracted to him and had access to him. And
so do you think that it's okay to commit adultery when you're in a marriage?
no, I don't think it's a good
Oh,
idea.
Okay.
But,
right.
I mean, I think it's a good idea to floss too.
Okay.
I don't think this should be deal breakers. I would say that here's the problem I have with adultery. It's like, I don't want to be a kind of person to someone else now. No. Now, hell no, I am. I mean, this is easy to fucking not have adultery now. Fuck, I'm barely jacking off.
Yeah.
Now, if you asked me this in my 20s and 30s, was I a guy that never had adultery? No. Do I regret it? I don't. Would I do that now? I don't. But like, all the chips are gone on the table now. It's easy to not want to be this way now when, my sperm count's at an all-time low and there's nothing out there that wants me or I want them. But when you're young and
You're so
you're
yourself.
active, you can rationalize all sorts of things. And it isn't like you're out, throwing babies off skyscrapers. You're getting blown and fucking here and there. And hopefully you're not knocking them up and embarrassing the whole family. Overall, is it a good idea? No, I wouldn't recommend it. But hey, look, we're human beings. Hedonistic behavior, you seek pleasure.
Yeah.
But it's a drag when you have partners with someone that's just in life and you can't trust them not to cheat.
No, that's the problem I would have now. But back then, that sounds all great now in your 60s.
Right.
That old dick was the maestro back then.
That's
Oh,
true.
Yeah, I got to tell you a story about when I lived in Hawaii. I had been married for, maybe a year, and I had flown back to the mainland, to Seattle. And I was gone for about a month and came back to the house and found a roll of film on the counter. And that's back when you had to take it in to get it developed and to the 1 hour photo. And so I was in the mall and just waited to get the pictures. So I was in my car looking at these pictures and I'm like, what the hell? This isn't me. And so I took them back in, said, you gave me the wrong stack. And he said, oh no, these are yours. So I got to looking at these pictures and I said, I'll be damned. That's inside my house. Then I'm like, those are my clothes. This chick is wearing my clothes.
Oh,
So
no.
of course I went to
Oh my God.
we had a construction company as well. And of course I get fired up and go to the job site and I'm like, hey, Mike, we got a problem. what is all this shit? And he just, you could just see him just crumbling. He's like, well, just let me explain. Let me explain.
Oh
I
my
was way
God.
out in Puaho and there was this gal hitchhiking. And so I picked her up because it was in the middle of nowhere. And I had to stop at the house before I took her into town. And, you know, she wanted to have a drink. So I gave her a drink. And then she said that if I didn't take pictures of her in your clothes, that she was going to say that I raped her. I was like, are you
What?
kidding me?
What?
This is the best story you could come up with. But, you know, it
It
could be
makes me
true. I don't
uncomfortable.
know. I doubt it.
What?
But anyway, so me being me, I'm like, all right, whatever, dude. Don't ever pull this shit again. And just let it go. But
Yeah,
Wow.
no kidding.
Oh my God.
Stephanie would be in prison still.
I'd still be in prison. I'd pull out my teeth and shit. Blow
But
his head off.
Susan, you were able to just move on.
yeah. Uh-huh.
That's amazing.
I mean, I was mad for a while, but you know, I just had to rationalize the situation, and
You
know,
weren't
we
in the
all
wrong
make
either.
mistakes, and I mean, I've had one night stands too, you know, a long time ago. I don't know. I just, like I said, I kind of think like a guy.
Yeah.
I'm just like, you know, move on. I'm not going to ruin my life over it.
Yeah, see, that would have driven me nuts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, now I wouldn't care, but back then, oh shit.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, even my husband now, you know, well, we don't ride Harleys anymore, but we towed Harley behind our motorhome for years. And I hate them. I hate them with a passion. I don't like the noise. I just don't like anything about it. But he was #1 in the Northwest for motorcycle racing and stuff. So it was just a passion of his. But, God, I lost my train of thought.
Susan, how do you get so careless?
Who?
Your husband with the film.
I don't know. That's a good question. It was
Don't
just
think
sitting on
he
the
wanted
counter.
to get caught.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he thought he made a
I
mistake.
mean, I just don't see any rationale with wanting to get caught.
And then with that bad story, that made
I
me
don't
uncomfortable.
know.
Huh.
I'm
guarantee
still
it.
friends with him, so I'll
You might have found mine too. You might have found mine too, but it'd have been digging through a lot of shit somewhere nobody ever went to.
Oh God. Well, yeah, maybe, Susan, you know what? It was probably a true story and he didn't give a shit about the pictures he was going to tell you.
And
Yeah,
maybe that was
knows?
his way of bringing it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
Guilt.
could be.
You know, that's what
Crazy.
they say, though. If you read articles outside of a psychiatrist's office, they'll say that the only person that benefits from admitting shit like that is the person that did it, that felt guilty. It does the spouse no good.
Unless
Absolutely.
maybe he wanted you to find them so you would leave him and then he could run away with the person in the picture.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any respect for him if he did that because she was not good looking.
No, but the
Okay, never mind.
no,
then.
but the one on the side is generally never as good looking as a wife, but it's easy. That's where
Oh,
women get lost. It's easy.
really?
Yeah. Same with the Monica Lewinsky thing. You think
Yeah.
all the women that Bill Clinton had access to? He
Yeah.
went for easy, submissive, and not around all the time. Arnold Schwarzenegger too. He bent over the cleaning lady.
Yeah.
And he even let it rip with her.
Oh, yeah, Tom, you like that story.
Well, I like it because it makes so much sense to me. This notion that you have access to women and you're looking for like the most beautiful one that you'd love to take to a cocktail party. I'm talking about that good, back breaking, like teeth chipping sex. You get that from the maid, not from 9th place in Miss fucking Iowa. So it makes sense to me. He couldn't hold back. I bet to this day, I'd give you 2-to-1 odds. That's the best sex he ever had.
Very well.
And you're
Could have
thinking, what are you
been.
talking about? The Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking. That's the way it works. It's not Miss USA and famous singers. They don't need
Oh
to be
yeah,
good.
usually not. No, usually
no.
not.
No, the real superstars are the drugstore clerks, the ones bouncing checks. Bad
Well,
upbringing.
yeah. No, it's funny because when you hear about somebody who's cheated and stuff like that, you look at their spouse and you're thinking, why the hell would they ever cheat on them? They're good looking, they're this, they're that.
It has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I know it doesn't. It sure doesn't, Tom.
Look at the guy that dumped Sandra Bullock, the motorcycle guy.
Oh, I
Oh,
know.
that Jesse. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that was all great money. You had fondue, jumbo lobster tails in the freezer all the time, but you weren't getting deep throated, butt fucking pulling her hair and spitting on her.
Quiet. I love Sandra Bullock.
Yeah, but Sandra just wasn't going to do that shit no matter what. She didn't have to. She was rich, but she found out later. I'll bet you money if you held her a gun to her head, she'd admit she still misses him.
Yeah, well.
She's going with some Jew now that's got a degree in neurosurgery and's a
Good.
dentist doing his part-time, who's got about a
Good.
1-inch dick that'd rather read than fuck.
Good.
But they're still
Good.
together.
Good. Good for her.
And she's been miserable ever since.
Yeah, I
That's
doubt
the way
that.
life works. You're not going to get this whole big giant package in one thing. And money doesn't cancel any of that good shit out. You could have all the money in the world and be terrible in bed. Yeah. Arnold hit pay dirt and stuck with it. Yeah, Chris gets it. Yeah. All these beauty
well.
and stuff like that. Yeah, a bunch of bullshit.
I didn't have to be good in bed because I was beautiful. Oh shit.
But you look back historically on the mistresses, and they're not as good looking as the wife, but they do shit the wife won't do. It's so weird. And if you get and I'm sure here and there's probably people that get it all in one package, but it's pretty damn rare.
Yeah.
I mean, like say you're into like swinging or some shit. You can Stephanie's voiced her opinion on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you throw all this stuff out there as a joke, and she's taking a swing at you with the Louisville Slugger, whether you're joking or not. To fucking drop that shit, or realize that maybe Stephanie and you aren't going to have a long-term relationship.
Exactly.
And then you beat around the bush on the other ones. Well, they never tried it under the right circumstances. Well, you keep going forward. I mean, same way gays figure out if guys are straight or not.
Well, Tom, yeah. See, don't get me wrong. If you're single and shit and you want to do all that, I agree. But, when you're married, big difference to me.
The big difference is, there's a theory out there that if you really loved your husband, you'd want to make him happy. Is that big of a deal? It's not like you're asking to chop his leg off at the knee. It's a threesome. Is that big of a deal? Especially when he included you in it.
No, it is a big deal.
Yes, so you're very sensitive to that, and that comes across very early.
When you're married. When you're not, hey, I say, do whatever you want. I did a lot of shit when I was single too, but
I don't get what the married has anything. You should be flattered he's comfortable enough to bring this up to you.
Oh, no. Flattered? Nah, come on, Tom.
No, they're out there, though.
Why get married then? Why commit to each other only? Don't get married then. If you want to do that shit, why'd you marry me?
Oh, look at Mark shaking his head.
Because Tom, women are more emotional. So when you're emotional relationship and you commit and marry someone, no, your husband doesn't come to you and say, "Oh, I want to bring another woman into our marriage." No, Tom.
Temporary.
No.
How about this, Susan? Just for the argument's sake, if hubby would have came up to you without finding that film and said, "Hey, look, it's been a deep, dark fantasy of mine forever. I want to be upfront with you. Can we try this out?" Would you have just said, "God, what do you?"
I don't know. Possibly, but that was, years ago in the 80s
Yeah.
and stuff when we were all, we had a lot of friends and you're partying. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I had a girlfriend. She was in the sheriff's department. Police officers are the worst for affairs.
Yep.
They are the worst. But anyway, my girlfriend, when she got drinking, she was a sex addict, and she'd screw anybody, really. Matter of fact, my ex-husband with the film, years had gone by, and one night we were all partying we had this barn party, and I left and went home early, but my husband stayed there. And so it was like 3:00 in the morning. I heard him come in, and when I went out, I left early in the morning to go down to the barn and feed my horses and stuff, and opened the truck door, and the inside of my truck was full of hay. And I went, Bertie nabbed him up and took him to the barn and screwed his brains out. I knew exactly what had happened. So I went into the bedroom and I said, "Hey, Mike, get up." What? And
We got a problem.
"Yeah, you and Bertie had a round in the hay, huh?" "Well, yeah, and I just let it go. I never said anything. I never wanted to bother with it because I knew it was just a drunken fest. And so, but to actually be in a bed with, I don't know. Back then, maybe. Now, no. Well, I'm too old and lazy now. I don't give a shit about any of that.
Yeah.
That's too much work.
Yeah.
Stephanie, you see the difference in the attitude of some women?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which
Oh,
is
yeah,
why
we're all
I want to
different.
know if Susan's doing anything tomorrow.
There you go. Okay.
I'm too lazy. Hell
Yeah,
no.
I think
Be like,
Susan.
"Get out."
Yeah, I think Susan feels like us right now, Tom.
Yeah,
So,
she does. Yeah.
yeah, I don't think that there'll be any action going on there either.
Yeah.
Hey, Michelle.
I'm like,
Michelle?
it's 9:00. Get out of here.
Yeah.
I gotta go to
Yeah.
bed.
Hey, Michelle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you listen to Susan, you listen to Stephanie. Where would you put yourself amongst them as far as your attitude on this? Hey, Blue.
Oh, I already know.
What's that, Stephanie?
Well, you're married. You're not gonna allow your husband to want to bring another woman into your marriage.
No, but if this is not like forever and
It doesn't matter. It would cause problems, Tom. Think about it.
no,
It
there's
always
tons of people.
does.
There's
It's gonna
tons of
cause-
I'm going to look up the statistics on this one. You
But-
betcha.
But that's why.
I think that's the problem.
Why do you
I'm
think,
sorry,
like-
Michelle.
Why do you think like Donald Trump like paid off this woman not to say anything?
it's
There's
embarrassing.
Right. So because he had an affair.
Yeah, but are you guys
Yeah.
doubting that there aren't couples out there that the wife says, you're a great guy, you're being honest, let's do it. We're not going to do it all the time. Hell yeah, there are.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well,
Oh,
I'm sure there are.
So should they get whipped and chained for
No.
doing something that you don't agree with?
no, I'm not.
No,
I'm not-
that's not what I'm saying.
No, but
Goodness,
you
we're just saying our
you-
own opinion,
no,
what we
you-
would do.
No, you guys keep saying because we're married. I don't think it has a fucking thing to do with it.
Oh yeah.
I think when you decide to live that type of lifestyle, that there's going to be stress involved with that because you're complicating something that's supposed to be simple. You're complicating it.
Once again, you're painting a negative picture of it all.
Mhm.
I'm just
You're
being
acting like nobody ever
realistic.
really gets off on this shit. It was great while it lasted. We're not going to do it anymore. Move on. You're acting like lives are lost over a tryst.
I'm saying it brings stress.
Stress. It's not stress. It's a lot of fucking fun. It
At the
excites
time,
you.
I'm sure. I'm sure you're just having
But
a
you-
All
blast.
right, Tom. Okay, Tom, you lay it on us. What would your wife have done if you asked her the same situation?
Oh, we did it about like 9 times.
Oh, you did,
Yeah.
and
Let
you
me-
got
think
the
the
win.
problem,
Let me try and get this smile off my face.
And how was your marriage because of it?
That had
Yeah.
nothing to do. That had nothing to do with it.
Here we go.
Oh,
That
yeah.
was your
Here we
son's
go.
fucking
Here we
fodder,
go.
and
Here
you
we
didn't
go.
even have one. Had nothing to do with it. You break up with people for a lot of reasons. It wasn't because of threesomes. Anything, it kept us together longer than we should have. Yeah. Look at Mark. Mark's just like, oh God, I was raised Polish, a Catholic. What am I into here? Mark chucked it all. But Mark is very adamant. He's kind of thinks the way Stephanie does. Which is okay. Each his own.
Yeah, I'm old fashioned in a sense.
Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong. I'm not judging. I don't
No,
think there's anything
no.
wrong with it, you know. I don't think, but I mean, you guys can never win. And I'm not talking about a guy and another guy. I'm talking about a guy and another woman with your wife. Would somebody want a fucking OnlyFans?
So
No, that's guess you
I'm just
harassing me. I'll nip it in the bud now.
What's that, Michelle?
So I'm just like, it wouldn't be okay for 2 guys and a woman, but if it's 2 women and a guy, it's okay.
It would be okay, but I wouldn't want to do it that way. I mean, that, you know,
Of
I'm
course
talking.
not.
No. No, but there's guys that do. They call it cuckold. There's guys that pay to have their wives banged in front of them. Yeah, I mean, this isn't like it's nothing I'm attracted to. That's all I'm saying. But it isn't like it isn't like how you're making it out. Like, you know, good for the goose is good for the gander. That, but you know. I like corn over green beans. I mean, you know what I mean? There's just sometimes you like things and not the other, and it isn't because you're manipulating things or you think it's any more right for you and not them. If I said to my wife, I want to bring in another girl, and she said, no, I'd say, okay. She said, I want to bring in a guy, and I said, no. And she said, okay. And if I said, well, we try it with another girl, like, and she said, well, yeah, we can give it a try. And now we're going. I asked. It wasn't like a deal breaker. I didn't think it was like an end of the world. This is very common worldwide, you know.
But like you said, your marriage didn't last.
No, but it had
maybe
nothing
somewhat
to do with that. If anything, it
sure?
lasted longer than it should because of it.
Well, I mean, on her end, do you think that maybe there was some things that she was just kind of sick of doing
No.
because
No. I mean,
Okay.
you'd have to ask her, but
Okay.
I never got that vibe.
Okay.
I mean, you broke up with guys that you didn't have threesomes and you still broke up. So,
All right.
you know, I mean, I don't think I'd want to be a full-fledged swinger or anything like that.
No, that's long gone.
No. No, I'm reminiscing. No, but they say sexually transmitted diseases are the highest amongst the geriatric crowd.
Really?
Yeah. I understand that too. I mean, when you're 79 years old, why wear a rubber? I mean, you wear a rubber because you don't want to get a sexually transmitted disease because you're going to prematurely die and you don't want to get anybody pregnant. But at 81, go for it. Just do it, Nike. And if you're a guy, I don't like wearing rubbers. I guess that's the secret African American in me.
Oh God.
It's not fun. I did notice tonight when I was buying my lottery tickets, so I asked the clerk, they had Magnum rubbers right next to the incense. I said, "Do you sell many of those?" She said, "We do." I said, "Black ice?" She said, "Always." No,
Yeah.
they're-
Really?
yeah. You know what a Magnum
what
rubber
I-
is, don't you, Mark?
I do, Tom.
Okay. Kind of wondering
You know
why.
what I find interesting
What's your
when
opinion, Tom?
when you listen to these prostitutes that have been interviewed, 90% of them in LA anyhow will not have sex with a black man.
No, I know. In my interviews too, they claimed I asked racist questions. And
Huh.
this is from black prostitutes too.
Huh.
You're right.
Yeah, they prefer just white guys and Mexicans.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Yeah, it's true. If you look
wonder
on my
what's behind
channel, you
that.
see where I did an interview with Angel, black girl. And she said the same thing. She was black. It
Yeah.
doesn't make you an expert. It doesn't. But overall, if you go out there and you ask these same questions, you're going to find
Mhm.
it's not uncommon for prostitutes to not want to be with black guys.
Was Angel one that didn't make it?
Yeah. Yep.
HIV?
Overdose. She did have HIV though. Yeah.
I remember Angel.
You know, I know a couple of those prostitutes down there that I interviewed that you would know from interviews. They'd let guys fuck them in the ass without a rubber for $25.
Mhm.
Oh my God.
You know?
You know what I found out too is that in Phoenix, heroin is not, it's really hard to find heroin because it's all those fentanyl blue pills. And there's people that will move from, where's that? Kensington? Is that Pennsylvania?
Kensington, yeah.
Kensington. That they will move from there because the pills, the fentanyl pills, are like $10, and in Phoenix you can get them for like $1.50.
Oh, I believe that.
Wow,
but
you're
I'm just
kidding
really
people.
surprised that
Yeah.
it's that you're really hard pressed to find heroin in Phoenix. It's all just the fentanyl from the cartel.
It's not down here either. Not down here.
Wow.
I'm sure you'll find it in Atlanta, but yeah, same thing here.
Huh.
And leaving a trail of dead.
Yeah.
Susan, you mentioned
that
earlier,
is
Susan,
When
you made
I'll split one of them bad boys.
you made a comment earlier that you mentioned about someone having a sexual addiction. Do you believe it's a true addiction?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I was around my girlfriend for years. It meant sex meant there was nothing emotional about it. It was just the act of it. Nothing emotional whatsoever. And that's why it was easy for me just to blow it off, because I knew, for one, you're dealing with a guy that's drunk, and then my girlfriend's a nympho. And so you put that together, and there was just nothing emotional there for me to really be upset about. I mean, I didn't jump in the sack with him, you know, and
Yeah.
for the first probably month, but you know, I mean,
Yeah. Whatever
I had
happened
to
to her?
put it in perspective.
Whatever happened to her?
Her husband was an engineer at Boeing. And a matter of fact, he was one of the engineers that designed the Dreamliner.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
cool.
I will never forget him telling me that he would never, ever, ever fly on that plane because he deemed it that it had electrical issues and it passed inspection. And it's just not a safe plane. It'll fly. And it'll fly a long ways, but there's gonna be an issue with it.
Oh,
And there
wow.
has been. So anyway, and it's funny because her husband knew that she was a nympho too, and kind of blew it off. Just, he knew what she did, but he just let it go because he knew that there was really no emotion in it. But they ended up moving to Oklahoma when he retired. Strange place to move to, but
I'll say.
I mean, who moves to Oklahoma? Oh,
Right.
Right?
You're
Who
right.
goes? Who retires to? Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah,
Like,
no, you're
Yeah,
exactly
right.
right.
really
No,
good.
you're exactly right. It's like Alabama.
well,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
with
Huh.
really
my
want to. I
daughter,
really
with
want to
the
retire in South
Ohio being in the
Dakota.
mix, I was like, no, you're not moving to Ohio. You cannot have an Ohio address. That's who moves to Ohio. But I mean, what do I know? I've never been back there, so I don't know. It just seems weird.
What'd you say,
You
Michelle?
know,
I want to retire to
sorry.
South Dakota.
Where?
South Dakota.
South Dakota.
South Dakota's
I like
beautiful,
South Dakota. Yeah, I like it too.
But there's nothing out there.
Yeah, Rapid City is a great town. Minot, North Dakota is good. You'd like Deadwood, all those places.
The Black Hills. It's
Yeah, I
beautiful.
love the Black Hills.
Yeah.
Yeah, my parents, they're from Fargo, North Dakota.
Oh, that's a great place.
Ah.
Yeah,
How many
Fargo.
people do you think live there?
A lot. Fargo's decent size. So is
Yeah,
Rapid
my
City.
my grandma and grandpa had a cafe in Fargo for many years. They made a lot of money, put my mom through college and everything from their little cafe in Fargo. Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
I can just picture it, Stephanie.
Yeah, my grandpa, oh my God, my grandpa was the best cook. And then when they moved here, Susan, do you know where Enumclaw is?
Absolutely. Mhm.
They bought it, they moved here and they bought a cafe in Enumclaw called the Mother's Cafe. And my grandpa and my grandpa cooked, and I think I was only like 14. I would go on the weekends and help them out. And oh my God, he made the best burgers you've ever tasted. And that place was at lunchtime was so packed. We had people standing at the door waiting to come in. I mean, oh, it was
So-
so
Probably a
fun.
dispensary now.
Yeah, probably.
So, Stephanie, I have to ask you this.
Uh-huh.
Since you were kind of raised around the cafe type food, i.e., hamburgers, French fries, do
Right.
you crave that to this day?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I
I was
yeah.
raised on it too because my parents
Yeah.
worked all the time, so that you pretty much just got thrown a hamburger, and
Right.
that's my go-to to this day.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So it's interesting you feel that way too.
Oh yeah. Give me a burger anytime. You bet.
Yeah.
Mhm.
God, remember when McDonald's had 25-cent burgers?
Yeah.
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 Oh my God. Yeah. We ate a lot of those.
Mhm.
Yep. We sure did.
I don't like their hamburger. There's so many people making good hamburgers now. I don't even get them at McDonald's anymore.
Yeah, I don't too much anymore either.
They're missing loyalty. Yeah.
Yeah.
You do crave a good hamburger once in a while?
Oh yeah.
Good for you.
Oh yeah.
My, how things change.
Yeah. I don't crave anything else, Tom. You know that. Them days are gone. I'd rather have a big fat burger.
Yeah. And then a smoke afterwards.
They
Yeah.
don't need to bleep you out anymore when you say big fat.
Oh God. Oh shit.
Look at poor Mark over there, just as fucking. Yeah, Mark's gonna need a tranquilizer after tonight.
Oh yeah, some more
Talking about
mushrooms.
Mark's listening to Susan's story, just trying to keep from passing out. Oh shit!
Oh God.
Oh God, that's crazy. All I said was waiting till he calls a coworker.
Oh man.
Yeah, I went to that place out there when I was in Las Vegas. I thought they were okay. I mean, here's the deal. There's only so many things you can do with a hamburger. It's hamburger, for God's sakes.
Mm-hmm.
The worse they get is the leaner they get. The good ones are 75-25. And I mean, what do? You cook the fucking
Yeah.
thing, you put it on a bun. I mean, how is the best one that much different than the worst? It's not like steak.
That place is crazy in Vegas too, because you'll see limos all the time going in the drive-thru.
Really?
Oh yeah, it is packed. You know, their French fries suck.
Yeah, they do. They're terrible. I
They're
can't
just
even tell you where you can
terrible.
get good fries now. I can't.
Five,
Hey,
fi-
hey, Susan, I know living out there in Nevada now. Does this, as a resident out there, does this legal horror house shit come up much?
No, we kind of forget about it. We really, in our little town, when I moved here, it was like 35,000 people. It now is like over 55. We've got all the California people moving in, which is a real problem because they leave California for a reason and they bring their politics here. And it just doesn't jive with the town. So they have kind of you hear rumors about these Californians that, oh, the whorehouse is this, the whorehouse is that. Well, let me tell you, their taxes pay for our fire department, our ambulances, a lot of things. And
So it is a business making money for sure.
oh, absolutely. It is run super, super, super strict. It's
Really?
big time business.
It's not like
Oh,
a
yeah.
joke.
Oh no, it's like a big deal. If you get on, you can do sherrysranch.com and you can look at all the girls and
So-
see what they have to offer. You can do tours.
Uh-huh.
We always take people there and
Oh,
they've
wow.
got
You
a
hear that,
bar
Mark?
you can eat.
Wow.
And the girls are walking around and then they'll give you a tour of
It's
all
you.
their rooms and
Wow.
it's
That's
interesting.
interesting.
Susan,
But it's a big business.
It's
I don't-
Sherry's what again? What do they call it?
Sherry's Ranch.
Yeah, what's the other one called?
There's the Chicken Ranch. They've got girls too.
Yeah, I've
but
been there
Sherry's
before.
is
Yeah.
Sherry's is a little bit better. I think
Huh,
we
and
have.
that's actually a business that actually sends taxes somewhere.
Oh yeah. Oh
Huh.
yeah. It's
And
major.
how is it that got off the ground there and nowhere else? Especially a
Well,
place like Las Vegas.
Well, it's not legal in Las Vegas.
I know.
Yeah. You know, it's because it was hidden. It's hidden out here. It's way out. Oh, probably 3 miles off of the main road. And it's hidden back there, you know, so you'll see, they don't cause any problems. People, I don't know, we don't really pay much attention. You'll see them in Walmart every now and then. They'll have a driver bring them in and he has to kind of walk with them as they do their shopping because they're on like for 2 weeks and they can go to Walmart with the driver because they have to get tested every time they leave.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So they're really, I mean, it's pretty strict. I've got a friend of mine is an Uber driver and picks guys up from there all the time, every day
Huh.
that are coming from Vegas. He'll take them back to Vegas. Yeah. They come out and they'll do like an overnight thing and spend 20 grand.
Seriously?
No problem at all.
Wow.
It's like normal. Yeah.
20, eh?
God.
Oh,
Is that Tom?
20 grand that's like an average spend the night in the bungalow type thing.
So, Susan, do you feel that there's less crime where you live? Like, how do you feel like the crime is? Like drugs, prostitution, and stuff?
You mean
or
related to
homelessness?
prostitution?
Yeah.
That
Well-
kind of prostitution, I think it's a different model.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying like where her area is, there's probably less crime and stuff
Yeah,
because it's
right.
all
Yeah, I
it's
believe
legal
that.
and
Oh,
regulated.
we don't
Yeah.
there's no prostitutes on the street here at all. This is a
Yeah.
retirement kind of, this town is funny. It's either low income trailer trash or it's retirees. And it's really an interesting place. I had a really hard time when I first moved here, not to veer too much off the subject. I had a really hard time because it's like true trailer trash in areas here. And I had to like change my mindset and totally embrace it, and kind of in a strange way, kind of enjoy it. I mean, some of these old trailers are like really cool. And so once I did that, it got a lot better. But there's not thugs roaming the street, no prostitution.
Yeah.
I mean, there's drugs, but
Well, yeah, I mean,
yeah, you don't have any of that here.
no, your crime rate's pretty low then where you live.
Yeah, where we live. But Vegas, you know what I used to do years ago, I worked for Children of the Night. Well, I volunteered with them, and we would go out onto the streets of Hollywood and get the pregnant prostitutes off the streets. And so anyway, I did a little bit of that in Vegas, but it is so heavily controlled with pimps and stuff that it is literally dangerous.
Gross, yeah.
And
Really?
any given night, well, when we have conventions in town in Vegas, which happens all the time, it's nothing to have 4,000 prostitutes in and out of the casinos and walking the streets.
Wow.
And I mean, some good looking chicks too. I mean, pretty high end when they go into the Bellagio and the Wynn. These gals are on their game, and they're pretty hot.
Huh.
Now,
And then
do
you've got
they?
your streetwalkery type.
Would you say
know.
that? I know it's illegal there. Would you say they actively pursue arresting people for it?
No. It's
Really?
very, very, very overlooked.
Really?
If Las Vegas police arrested all them girls, it would be a disaster. There's
Interesting.
no way. They'll nab probably a couple up a night, but that's about it. It's very overlooked. Now, the casinos get a little bit edgy with them. They're kind of allowed in certain gaming areas,
Yeah.
you know, and at the bar, they have rules they have to follow when they're in the bars. And the
Would you-
casino pretty much tells the girls, hey, you are allowed to sit here, because they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So would you say it enhances business?
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, I think it probably has saved a lot of marriages, to be honest.
Now we're talking my logic.
And
I had
that's
an old
that's
Jewish
a
lady tell me that
fact.
as a teenager, that prostitutes save more marriages and they broke
Absolutely.
up. You hear that, Michelle? And
Truly believe
Stephanie?
it.
Listen up, girls.
These-
Well, guess what?
You guys are never going to talk to me again.
Aren't you divorced, Stephanie? Hey, girl,
Tom,
listen
I've
out.
been divorced for 40 years.
Get up,
Jesus.
Tommy.
Yeah, damn.
Michelle, we tell you too, this is the best advice you'll ever get.
Hey, as long as it's good for women too, like as long as there's no double, as long as there's not like,
Yeah, but
Hey, it's all good,
if I
though.
had I know better. You're not going to bullshit me. I'd say sure, because they're not going to do it just to prove a point. They're just going to do it to run it by and get your reaction. I'd say yeah, go for it, because that's a whole nother like level of like you'd have figured that out way before them running that bluff. You know?
Hey, there's male prostitutes in Vegas, Michelle. No shit, really.
Michelle, you should be talking to Stephanie.
Yeah.
What? Me? What the hell am I going to do with a male prostitute? Rub his shoulders?
no, he's gonna be rubbing your shoulders, Stephanie.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Like, get the KY jelly. I'm going through menopause. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can
Hey, but
make them a
Susan,
ham sandwich, Stephanie.
What?
You can make them a ham sandwich.
I can make him a ham sandwich. There you betcha, Mark.
Hey, but Susan, you know, you sound like you've been around have a lot of experience, but I think you probably know that there's not much of a market for that amongst straight females.
No, there isn't. They tried it out. There's a highway from here to Reno. So I would say probably halfway to Reno. So in reference from Vegas, 2 hours out of Vegas, and it's out in the middle of nowhere. And they tried male prostitution, and it just didn't work.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
See, I've said that all along. It'll work for gays.
Mm-hmm.
Way
Yeah.
better than a wolf for women.
Mm-hmm. But when they got the license, because they were able to get a license, that was one of the big things. It took them years to get this license because they had to, however they proved it, that they were not servicing other men, that it was strictly just for women.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Stephanie says, hell, no wonder they went out of business.
Yeah. Well, young girls wouldn't have to go there. I
No,
guess.
thank
I
you.
guess old women would go there. I suppose if they.
No, it does. See, that's why there's no business for it.
There's a place.
The young
there's-
women don't have to, and the old women don't want to.
No,
Yeah.
see,
Right.
there's
Right.
a place here where older women. It's literally like a bar establishment here, and it's well known for older, wealthier women who go there looking for younger men, and it's very well known around here, and that's just where they go. So it does
Yeah,
happen.
but I bet it's like,
It happens.
yeah, it's like when, it does happen, but it isn't like, it's not like guys and girls. I mean, if they wanted to do a thing for, you want to come up with a novel business approach for men, yeah, there's a lot of older, lonely women out there. You just open up that same business, all right? And all you got to do is be nice and courteous and give a fuck how their day went.
True.
No
Yeah.
sex
Yeah.
involved.
You got it.
Yeah, no, this is where they're fucking up. They're trying to take a model that we know that works from men to women and do it from women and men, and it's fucking stupid. You go there, you volunteer at the local pet shelter for nothing. You take the leaves out of their eaves troughs once a year. Give a fuck how their day went, and have good. Yeah, you'd be killing it. And just even if they want to call your bluff and like hint around about sex, the friendship means too much to you, you'd be fucking having people. It'd be better than that stupid ass thing. And like you're exactly right. The young women don't need it, and the old women don't want it. Where's your market?
There's a market here for it. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
saying
it's an anomaly. It's some.
Ron,
There's two people in there.
stand right there.
Or it's people like Susan's girlfriend that get in a jam.
Here.
She's
I'm going to
between-
ask my husband's right here. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm going to ask him this question. Ron, he's hard of hearing, so I have to yell at him.
Okay.
Okay.
Ron, does prostitution save marriages?
Sometimes.
He said, I'm
Goddamn right.
surprised. I thought for sure you would have said yes. Because he always says it would have been cheaper for me to get a hooker than
He's
to
right.
have you.
Sure would have been. Absolutely. You hear
Anyway,
that,
I
Stephanie?
was surprised that he didn't say yes. Anyway, sorry guys.
No, but I mean, I think it does too. I mean, but I do think that like your attitude, I would say, I don't have anything to bank this on other than life experience, but I think the sentiment would generally be people like Stephanie would prevail more than people like you that would look at it as water over the dam. Stephanie's running around, with a 9-iron. Yeah,
Well,
that's just,
yeah,
the
back
difference
in the day
Yeah.
when I was married, you bet. But now I don't give a shit.
No. Back when you were married, but that's what I'm talking about when you were married. And Mark, he's not on board for this at all.
No.
I don't to each thorough as far as relationships and what saves a marriage and what doesn't, because I'm not everybody, but like I would s- I just think that it's not a good idea and it's gonna complicate your
Yeah, but
marriage.
your goddamn relationship's already complicated and you haven't done it.
So that
Michelle, your husband's gonna come home and say, "Honey, I'm going to a prostitute to save our marriage."
and I'll be
What's
giving him the
Susan's
keys.
address? I
I'll
want
be
to
like
stay
I'll
there.
be like, go find your prostitute, but don't come back home. Have a good life.
Oh God.
Funny.
Yeah, but whatever happened to see, Stephanie, the argument for saving a marriage, there's logic to it, but it's, and I'm not knocking you, but it's like if your marriage was rocky and the guy didn't think he was getting laid enough, you'd be the last person to pitch this to. So in your case, you couldn't use that argument that it saves marriages because he would know better to even broach that subject. So he'd just do it without being honest and hope that he didn't get caught. And that's different than being above board and trying to occlude her. You ever heard of fantasies?
Yes,
I'm
Tom, I have.
I'm having one right now, Tom.
Stop doing that sort of fantasies.
I
I'm
noticed you
having
were
one
pretty
about
quiet.
a ham sandwich.
You look like you were quiet.
Oh God.
You know, I think it's all over the map, you know, and like that's what you're doing. And, you know, Susan, you said they got the license and it was only guys putting it to women and that kind of shit. That's what you could do with Stephanie. I mean, it could be considerate, kind, gave a fuck how her day went, and a ham sandwich.
Yeah. Yeah.
It'd all go down the tubes if he got. You don't think though at an older age there's anything in lieu of the good sex you had when you were younger, do you? Does anything really compare to that later on in life? Whether it's
Oh, I
Something
don't.
to look forward to.
Yeah. I don't think it. I don't think it would. No, it would. It would never be like it used to
No,
be, Tom.
it's nowhere
No.
near as fun. Susan, what's your
No.
feelings on this?
You know, I just don't give a shit about sex at all. I often wonder if something's wrong with me, but I
No.
just don't.
No.
It's just you get older. I just don't. It's too much work. I don't give a shit. My husband doesn't give a shit. I don't give a shit. We get along great.
Right.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
I think
It will
it's
never compare to when you were younger.
yeah, because
And
it's like your
No.
hormones and stuff too.
It's-
Like
Yeah.
you're not childbearing it. You know, it's like
Yeah.
I think we talked about this, Tom.
Yeah, I know. But say like, what if you could, Susan, if hubby wanted to get you 25 cc's of estrogen tomorrow morning?
Yeah.
Would
and
you?
he take 2 blue pills?
Yeah.
Huh. We'd probably end up in the fucking emergency room.
Yeah,
or
you
something. And not from too much
Probably.
sex.
Yeah. Probably. Oh God. I know.
Mark's thinking right now, no wonder they don't let these motherfuckers over here.
Mark still, he doesn't have that problem yet.
No.
So
You
Mark
guys
doesn't
had
have
me
that.
laughing so hard I hit the button. It knocked me off.
Yeah.
oh,
Mark, I got on your channel the other day. I guess it was the other day. I don't know. And I was just watching you, and that bimbo was on there. And I've heard you guys talk about her before, but that was the first time I was able to see her.
Oh, God.
Oh, okay. What was your impression?
Well, I was confusion.
Good answer.
Mine was.
I know.
I'm
Yeah.
so
Well,
confused.
Mark can explain it all the way.
No, I can't.
Mark is adamantly against. Here's where it gets weird. Mark's adamantly against threesomes, bringing a third person into a marriage, but welcomes bimbo with open arms.
Now back up a little bit.
I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that if it's from a moral perspective, or it has anything to do with being in a committed relationship, if that's not a threat, then that's a good answer. But in the whole plane of what's accepted, that's pretty out there.
Right. Okay. So
I mean, better, worse, who knows? I don't mind it. It doesn't, but it doesn't, to me, it's so far off from your attitude about other things. I mean, I
Oh,
think
you
it's
can't
great.
see it. How? Why I'm friends with Bimbo?
Well, kind of, yeah. I mean, if it has anything to do with, is it a moral issue that commitment's so important to you? Because if it is, then being
No,
friends with Bimbo is odd. If it's just
we
each his own, then it makes sense.
we connect on the music level pretty much.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the non-music number, the 9-inch cock hanging out underneath of a skirt.
Why am I showing?
Oh God.
About Bimbo. But you know,
Oh,
the lifestyle is like not indicative of a committed relationship that you hold a lot of value to. I mean, two males compared to a man, woman, that kind of shit. Or do you feel
yeah,
the
but
same
I'm
thing?
a to each his own kind of guy. I mean, everybody, there's space on this earth for us all, and we all have feelings. So I don't knock anything. I think that if that's what the way the alternative lifestyle that one wants to lead, and it's a free country, then what's it all about if you can't have that?
But would you consider threesomes any different than that alternative lifestyle?
No, it's another arrangement.
Okay, all right. That's good. Then you're consistent about it. Yeah.
No, I can't see why. I mean, a threesome as a partnerage of three people living together as routinely, or just a one-off threesome.
One-off threesome.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. I mean, I'm not.
Would you think of a threesome with a heterosexual couple, a man and a woman, any different than Bimbo and what's that guy's name?
Al.
Al bringing another schlong in.
I suppose it's another. What's the right word to use here? Another form
Circus?
of just another configuration
Okay.
of.
So one isn't any worse or better than the other.
No.
Okay, good. Then they're good. Now, Michelle, let's talk to Miss Christianity here.
What's that?
Do you put a straight couple, a man and a woman, any different than Bimbo and Al bringing another schlong in, or is it they both sin?
It's both sin.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's not. I mean, it's both like not healthy or good for you. I mean, with that being said,
Not good for you.
yeah, if you're sinning, it's not good for you. That's not good for your just general being.
Yeah, but if you're in a heterosexual relationship and you agree to bring another woman in to enhance it on a one-time tryst that you have once in a 40-year marriage,
And I said it's not a good idea. Every time you ask that,
but that's
I
an
say,
opinion. How is it sin when both people consent to it?
it's sin.
Where does it say swingers is sins?
In
It's-
which book?
You're not supposed to if you're in a marriage, you're not supposed to have adultery. It
How about
says
the
in
Mormons?
Exodus. That's what it is. Whether or not both people are okay with it or not, that's what it is.
How about the Mormons?
That's a whole different they tried to get rid of polygamy a long time ago. They actually don't put a big emphasis as big of an emphasis
No, but
on
they're
that.
followers of God.
Well, the thing with Mormons too is it's not like they're just having like these threesomes. They have separate wives and like yeah, there's more than one wife and everything, but it's just never. It's just in the book. It's just not a good idea. Not saying that you should be, you know.
How about this? Is it a good idea to be friends with them?
They say you shouldn't, but it's like
Now we're getting some fucking place. That lesbian wedding you went to.
right.
Why? Not a good idea.
It's not a good idea.
And you went anyway.
Yeah, because I
Welcome
like them
to
as
my
people.
world.
I still like them as people. I don't want to hear about their sex life. I don't want to hear, I don't need
Well,
to
how do you know
hear
they're lesbians then?
because they're married.
And that's no sin?
Yeah.
You don't think it's a valid marriage, do you?
I mean, look, I'm not living their life. You know what I mean? To each, like, if that's the way you want to live, that's the way you want to live. Is it going to be really good for you? Probably not. But I mean, we do a lot of things in life. I do things that aren't good for me. But does that mean that everyone should hate me for it? I don't think so. Like I smoke cigarettes. You're supposed to treat your body as a temple. And here, I do things that aren't good for me all the time. So this is why I don't want to have this hypocritical mindset. You're
No,
not
but
supposed to be a hypocrite
you're
either.
not considering two gay guys anal banging each other on the same plane as smoking, are you?
I mean, that's,
Let's ask Mark. I'll let you off the hook. Mark?
Yes.
Of course, Mark smokes, and I know what he's going to say. He didn't have a problem with it. And Mark's not living a Christian lifestyle, so it's a no-brainer for him.
My question answered now?
Yeah, I answered it for you.
yeah, let Mark talk. Tom does this all the time. He puts words in your
I don't do
mouth.
it all the time, but I do it because I got a pretty good idea what he's going to say, so let's ask him. Do you think smoking is any different than two gays anal banging each other on a level of sin if you were a practicing Christian?
Oh man, you're asking the wrong guy. Because I don't that whole word sin, and I don't think that well,
You hitting those mushrooms?
I did a little earlier, maybe that's the problem. Anyway,
You're right about something, Tom.
I don't think that sin is necessarily something that is governed sort of I don't know what I'm saying. Never mind.
No.
Well, Tom knows how I feel. I love RuPaul's Drag Race.
You know what my religion is, Mark? I highly recommend it. If it feels good, do it.
Yeah.
I live a lot like that too, though. I mean, if something feels good, then you do. If something feels off, or
Which
something
fucking
doesn't
is
feel
it?
right. No, but I also take the Bible into consideration too. But like I believe that you have an intuition, and when people say that they have a gut feeling about something.
No, that's fucking more horse shit.
No, I don't think
Yeah,
so.
it is. Fucking all over the map. A gut feeling.
No.
No science behind it. It's like having a feeling.
Just like you go by your feelings.
Yeah,
well,
they ain't worth
that's
a
the
fuck.
law.
Most of the time they're wrong. I wish I didn't go by them, but it's not logical. There's no basis for anything you can count on. It's like I got a hunch.
It's probably right.
No, it wasn't. I mean, fuck, I wouldn't have done all sorts of shit if the hunch was right. I probably passed up on a bunch of good shit because my hunch was wrong. I think hunch is bullshit. Susan?
Well, I don't know. I'm kind of a funny person because I don't really believe in all the sin stuff. I just don't. I guess I will kind of leave it at that. But and a hunch, know. I walk with this Catholic guy every morning, and he's very religious, and I am way, way opposite of that. And we always get into some conversations, and typically by the end of the walk, he's praying for me and all this crap. And I don't know. I don't know if I really believe in all that. To
No.
shorten it up, I guess.
Or
I don't know.
do you consider yourself a Christian?
I do. Absolutely. I absolutely.
So you believe
But
in God, a higher power, like God and Christ and everything. Okay.
I do.
Okay.
But I just don't. I think that all the sin stuff is blown out of proportion.
Too many rules.
Mhm. I mean, I just don't understand the whole thing. Matter of fact, that was my conversation on our walk today. I said, Jerry, how can you do all these bad things your whole life? You could murder somebody and do whatever. And then 3 seconds before you die, God, forgive me. And then you're going to go to heaven. I just don't know about all that shit. I'm sorry. It just didn't make sense
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah, me too.
Well, the thing
So,
is I think
yeah.
what happens is when you do a lot of sinning and like even bad sinning, it weighs on your conscience and brings stress into your life and brings you like this non-peaceful, just stressful life. So you deal with that here. Like, so the more sinning you do and whatever, the more stress, mental health issues you'll have, the complications in life. Where if you live a certain lifestyle, it'll be a lot easier, happier, more content. Not saying that nothing bad will ever happen to you, but what I'm saying is you'll just live a different. Um,
So you say don't sin?
no, well, of course. Do people do? Yeah. Do I have I
If
sinned?
you're acting like,
Yes.
you're acting like this is normal human behavior. It's a fucking torture chamber from the day you believe in it to the day you die. It's a bunch
No.
of bullshit.
Teach your own, Tom.
It is. Now you guilt. Your whole fucking life's run by guilt.
Yeah.
Well, I think if you don't have a conscience,
No, you can have a conscience. You can be a great person and fucking shred a Bible every morning. That's it. You can go to titty bars, get blowjobs, have threesomes, rock crack babies to sleep, help the homeless, put out forest fires when you see them start, and
well, what
Old
they
ladies across the street.
another
yeah, all
thing.
that shit, man. You're acting like you gotta believe in this fucking pie in the sky, or you're one big fucking loser.
Well, no, I didn't say that. What I'd say is, like, so when there's also they talk about like sin, like how because you're human, so you're gonna sin. It's just that's just
Yeah,
what's gonna
Jesus
happen.
died for our sins. Doesn't make any
They
sense.
they talk about how to rectify for it. So like, let's say
Oh,
you
good works.
yeah, like you did something bad and then you do something to offset it. Like, oh, okay, well, I'm
Like,
lazy
what,
or
got some fucking head? What am I supposed to do? Like, hand out 1,000 fucking tuna sandwiches to the homeless to cancel it out?
a lot of people do stuff
No,
like
but I mean,
that.
it's not. It's bullshit. The trueness of it all, of being a good person, is you're not canceling out anything. You're handing out the tuna sandwiches because you're a good person and you know people are hungry and they need them. And it has nothing to do with getting sucked off later on
No,
that
well,
night.
let's look at it like this. Well, if you were married and you had a marriage with kids and stuff like that, you would be focused on with your married person and making them dinner and seeing how they're doing and everything else. So I mean, like you're going out, you're having, you're doing your thing, living your life. And then so then you go out and hand tuna sandwiches afterwards to homeless people, like that's your life of taking care of things. Not everybody lives your lifestyle.
I had to give it a
And
try.
that's okay. Like, you shouldn't. No one should go around hating everybody.
Well, they had to at least try it.
It's your life.
I'm not going anywhere other than in the ground when I die.
I thought you weren't going to go in the ground.
Well, I'm hoping I don't, but you know, it's easier said than done because I'm not going to be able to do much about it.
But Tom, you did see a lawyer and stuff and like have everything written down, right?
Nah, I haven't.
Okay.
But you,
All
it's
right.
just, I don't really want to be crowd. Swear to God, man, I wish vultures could eat me.
Well, Tom, you put in the will that I'll come down and I can throw your body in the backyard somewhere and then make
And
sure the
We'll
vultures
drag you
get you.
out.
don't forget to yell, hamburgie, hamburgie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could get you can get buried in your own yard here, but I bet somebody get charged with a crime.
Yeah.
I do have a grave thing too. I do have a gravesite up
Oh,
near,
you do?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
bought it
Well,
about
then
like 15 years ago, but I'm not going to get buried there, no way.
Okay. Well,
But you don't know, I was confused. Susan, how about you? If you believe in the God and Jesus Christ thing, I mean, if you went fallen so far, you're considering a mausoleum.
No, I'm a Thelma and Louise kind of gal.
Oh, good for you. Cool.
Yeah,
So
and I'm serious.
with the God and Jesus thing, then you're counting on an afterlife.
No,
Oh no?
I don't believe in ghosts, and I just don't know. Although, some of the shows that you've watched where people have died and then come back,
Bullshit.
they do talk about how peaceful it is.
Yeah, it's just like a nightmare. It's just a chemical reaction that occurs. It's not true. It's not valid. You don't think people really come back from being truly dead, do you?
I think if they're dead for like a minute or two and then come back to life.
Yeah, but that's not dead. Let's, you start digging them out of graves 2 years later, and I'm with you.
Yeah.
But that's just
I don't know
something
if I believe in the
clinically
afterlife.
dead compared to a biologically dead, and I'm talking about dead.
Brain dead,
Yeah, like dust.
deceased.
I mean, I just had two
If I
crazy,
do or not, to be honest.
I had two
Yeah.
crazy ass nightmares last night. I think it's the same shit. Only it's different. I could have had the same thing happen, thinking I came back from a near-death experience. The chemical surge that occurs during high stress in a life-threatening position. Your brain can do a lot of weird stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I was
for
just
sure.
reading some literature today on memory. And they do these surveys amongst people, these researchers, and they say that 40% of the people recall something that happened to them at 2 years of age. Absolutely impossible. Nobody remembers anything at 2 years of age. So it's just an example of when you're asking questions like this and they're getting published, how full of shit it can be. But if it isn't a scientific publication, you may believe it as fact. Human minds are very faulty, particularly when it comes to memory. So when you plug in that thought they were dead, came back, saw, dancing girls and flowers and great granny baking pies, and now they're back to the shit job they had when they thought they were home free. I just question. I think it's
Well, if there is an afterlife, I hope to hell it's a whole bunch better than this shit we got going
isn't
here
that the
now.
truth? Yeah, world's
I mean,
crazy.
and I have a fairly decent life.
Yeah, me
and
too. Yeah, me too.
I think it's just a pain in the ass
Mm-hmm.
every day.
I'm with you.
It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Yep. If I had met Stephanie 20 years ago, we'd be going to Hawaii this summer. Instead, when she comes, we're going to play Russian roulette while we drink margaritas. Mark's one of the guys that wants to live another 20 years or so, don't you, Mark?
Yeah, I could dig that.
Why?
No problem. I still have a lot I want to do.
Oh, okay.
I'm in no hurry to call it quits for the final curtain.
Yeah. I mean, they romanticize it sometimes. Like Michelle, death shouldn't be. She's thinking about it in a totally different way. Michelle's looking at heaven, aren't you?
What's that?
You're planning on heaven, aren't you?
I'm planning on having. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So she should be like, if you go to a funeral, you should be happy.
Nine times out of 10 when I've gone to funerals, I've gone to many. It was a good thing.
Yeah.
There
This
were a
makes
couple
sense.
there were a couple funerals that I had some type of feeling and way where it was sad
Right.
because of a
Yeah,
circumstance.
kids or, you know.
Well, I've had a couple people in my life die young, and it was a little harder than if
Yeah, not me.
somebody's a
I'll tell you, when I hear people dying young, I don't wish for it, but I think of all the bullshit they've skipped, like me and Susan. They didn't live long enough to think everything was bullshit. Right, Susan?
Yeah.
If I died, when I was like 25, everybody would say, God, he just didn't live a full life. But when you look at what starts to happen as you age, you're going out in a high note like that. It's hard for me to get sad about it.
most of the times, at funerals and stuff. I mean, the more people you know, the more funerals you end up going to, but that's just
The
how
more
it
you
is. But
age.
in age too, but
Yeah.
I mean, I've been to a bunch of funerals, and a lot of times it was more of like just a celebration of life and talking about the person and being like, oh, I remember, but there are, there's some somber,
Yeah, there are. Yeah,
kind
you're
of
right.
gone too soon
But it's,
lives
you know
that
what?
I
How
know.
about this? The somber could be created by your own selfishness of missing them.
Well, I
You
know
hit
not
it right
really
on the
because
head.
I knew the people and I knew that they were full of life and they wanted to live. So it was more or less like when they died kind of young, like it was me knowing that they still wanted to do more stuff. It wasn't like this is kind of like the end of the road for me, kind of passing. Like it was more like they were full of life and they still wanted things and stuff, and it was just unfortunate.
Naive. We've lived long enough to know better. There's an
There's
element of
nothing
truth.
wrong with wanting to live life and think that it's going to be okay and good and positive. There's nothing wrong to that extreme
Well, it
either.
depends who you ask.
Just like Mark. Mark says, I want to live 20 more years. I still want more to do,
Yeah, but he's taking mushrooms.
Well, my attitude would be the same tomorrow morning.
No, I know. Yeah, you're like, that's okay. Nothing wrong with it. It's just interesting to see the different, ways people feel.
But
I don't
yeah, no,
think that I've ever cried with anybody that I've known that's died. I almost feel happy for him. I'm like, thank God you're out of here.
Yeah, no, I'm like that too.
well, like
I was sad for my dog. I cried about my dog. That's it.
Oh, yeah. Sounds
the
good to
ones
me.
the ones that I cried with was mostly because like they had kids who were crying. Like it wasn't like I kind of felt for some of their family members. Especially when a child loses their parent at such a young age, it can really, you know,
Shit, I was hoping I'd have lost mine at a young age, and I didn't. So it all depends.
Yeah. I wish every day would be the biggest present that I could ever get is if I had somebody show up at my front door and tell me I was adopted.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Because I don't like my parents.
No, me either. I didn't like mine either.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're right. I used to wish mine
And
get
I
killed.
feel
with
terrible
sorrow.
saying that. People think I'm just awful to say it. I'm just being brutally honest.
No, I was the same way.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not a problem, but it's just a statistical number that most people don't feel that way. So,
Right.
it's the elephant in the room. You
The
know
way
better if you're half-ass intelligent. If you're at a cocktail party, you're not going to be bragging about this. This is where
Yeah.
people like you and
Right.
I have flunked the MMPI. It is. They don't want fuckers thinking this way.
No.
They tend to want to start unions to get Jew lawyers for disability. I mean, it isn't all good that comes along with it. You're not going to be taken advantage of like this. Where the other people that, love their mom and miss their dad and love their brother just like they do their sister, these guys tend to make better long-term employees.
Right.
They're and they figured this out long ago. And if you ever take that MMPI, you're about halfway into that motherfucker and you don't have enough time to erase all that shit and start over where you figure out where they're getting
Yeah.
ready to close the trap. But if you're just
My
at
daughter-
Apple Pie, General Motors, threesomes, like bad, terrible, never do it. Why do people do this? You're not erasing anything. But when you think this way, out of the box of in general, how they categorize behavior and what jives with long-term employees, that basically you can boss around, shackle, tell what to do, and fuck over. Those are the people that score high. They don't want rebels. The
Yeah.
rebels really probably the bad name to call it, but they want people that are going to go along with their program. Hey, Mark, we're transferring you to Oklahoma tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And thank them, and you'll thank them for the opportunity. Where me, it's like, what in the fuck are you talking about? And I hire a Jew lawyer. The MMPI, they got this shit down, man. There's just huge data of like, you go back and you look at how all these, troublesome employees, how they answered to shit, and then you head it off at the pass after that. It's like the military. You don't want some infantryman thinking that the colonel is full of shit and telling everybody to do something else, even though he may be right. I mean, the graveyard's littered with people that didn't do what they were told.
That's what makes the world go round.
Yeah,
Is you
that's it.
but you gotta have people. But with that being said, you have to have people to follow rule.
But it isn't always right. And people that kind of think like me just don't fare well in like going up through the hierarchy of companies. Fuck it, I'd have rather just worked at a dollar store and tried to bang most of my help. They take who they can get. That's my kind of employer. Where you get into that other shit, fuck, you'll spend a fucking month in a goddamn getting tested. They want to make sure.
I got a job opportunity presented to me today. I don't know. I might go with it. We'll see.
What kind of work?
Just retail, like just working retail.
You'd probably be good at it.
Well, yeah. Well, I worked with a person before, and now they own their own business. And he was all sorts of like, if you need a job, like just let me, I didn't even tell him I was looking for a job. He was just like, when I worked with him probably like 15, 20 years ago, I think. And I ran into him and I was like, what's going on?
Oh, Christine, she said that one picture of her at your dad's funeral, Christine? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, you see these kind of people and, careers are determined by it, all sorts of other things. Yeah, I think it's really interesting. It's fun to get on here and like get the straight answer and not through, something else. You don't really get it in an academic environment. That's another thing I figured out as I got older, man. When you're young, and look how Harvard's been roasted over the last year and a half or two. They really got their crown knocked off. Who didn't want to go to Harvard 25 years ago?
Right.
It's not quite like that anymore.
Right.
Well,
Well, I think they started getting a bad reputation because a lot of people that came from Harvard ended up like having sex with underage women, all these
Well, I don't know a
scandals,
lot of people.
like scandals and stuff. A lot of it came to light and everything, and I think,
You're talking
like,
about Epstein's connection.
yeah, well, like reputation sometimes is a big thing with people. So,
Well, he did kind of hurt them, but I don't think that's why their crown got knocked off. As it turns out, the lady running it, when she got put on the hot seat, just kind of stumbled and didn't come up with a way to defend anti-Semitism. That got her an exit. But you can imagine how impossible it is to get rid of a black female college president at a liberal university, and they still did. You're in a hot seat now because you're juggling free speech with anti-Semitism, and either way, you're going to get fucked.
I think if you have an opinion on something, a strong viewpoint on something, it's going to piss somebody off. That's just how it's going to be. You can't make everybody happy in life. Some people are going to like some of the things that you have to say, and some people are going to hate some of the things that you have to say. So,
And I think social media has been the worst thing that's ever happened to these big institutions. We're
oh,
getting to
sure.
find out what it's really like there now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like with when we talked about technology, I said, I think the bad thing is, and that might be why America's struggling a little bit, is because there's so many cameras everywhere. Everything's like out in the open now. I mean, like you're on camera more than
I don't have a problem
ever.
with being on camera.
No, I don't think anybody does, but
You're
I'm
going to
just
be
saying
on it too if you ever visit.
the Stephanie, we'll have Stephanie there. Like, Tom, you have to warn everybody before they come in your house,
Stephanie's
or
going to
else,
sue me for age discrimination. They're going to
or
get
we're
a
gonna.
Jew lawyer, and he's going to find out when you were taking the shower, the lights were on. When Stephanie got in it, I turned them off.
Yep. Turn those lights off.
Stephanie's gonna get a lawyer because
And it was age discrimination.
Stephanie's like, I don't care anymore because I'm on my condo in the freaking in Palm Beach, retired with my cool boy.
Oh,
F you,
shit.
Tom.
Oh, God.
Yeah. That's another example of people say they want honesty, but not really. I'm going to get accused of like hurting her feelings, and why would I do
Oh,
some shit like
shit. It never hurt my feelings.
that? Oh, good.
Oh, God.
I'm prepared to have the lights off.
Oh, yeah, me too. Jesus. Oh, my God. Why do two old people want to look at their old bodies?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what you get when you go to a nudist camp too. It's not like what you think. It's not a bunch of college
God.
high divers and girl volleyball players. It's
Oh,
old
my
people who want
God.
to feel free. Just want to make you poke your eyes out and stare at the sun.
Oh, God. I wonder.
Man
Yeah,
massaging
I bet
oil
they're.
into his stomach.
What's that, Mark?
Ew,
I can picture the fat man massaging oil into his stomach.
Yeah.
oh, God.
Get those
Oh.
stretch marks, honey.
Yeah, you're exactly.
Oh. Oh, my
Hey, Susan,
God.
how long you been married to this second? Is this your second husband?
Yeah.
How long you been married to him?
25 years.
So are the kids from the first one?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And I'll say this probably sounds bad too. Please don't take it. I
Oh,
really am a nice
don't worry about me. Worry
We're not
about
really
Mark.
judging. Yeah.
Worry about what Mark's going to think, not me.
Yeah. 25
Right.
years ago, I met my husband on a snowmobile trip, and my husband is 16 years older than me. And at the time, it's all fine and dandy when you're younger. But
No,
when
I get it. I know
you
what you're
get
going with
older,
this. Yeah.
it's really, it's a good thing that I'm an easygoing person and understand what's happened. But when that person gets to a certain age, like my husband's 77, they age way faster than you do.
Yeah.
It's okay when
Yeah.
you're younger, but when you get older,
Right.
it's,
Oh, yeah.
it's
Bingo.
there's a big difference, and I
That's what
highly,
Jabo's
highly
going
recommend.
through.
I see these young girls with these guys, that old bastards that have money, and they're young, pretty girls, and I'm like, oh God, you have no idea. Don't do it. Don't do it. And no, mind you, I love my husband dearly, and but we have separate rooms. I go a lot of places. He doesn't want to go. We're all good. But but there's a difference in the age, and I highly recommend people not to do that.
You hear that, Michelle?
Yeah. Well, I've always dated older than me, so I don't know
Well, you're
why.
still
I mean, it
young.
wasn't-
Yeah, you're still young. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah.
Rita went
Doesn't
8 years
matter.
younger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, Rita.
And I talked to my husband about this too. So I'm not saying anything to you guys that I don't tell him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he gets it. I mean, I think that almost there's times he wishes that I was older too, because he's settled down. He just wants to kick back, and I'm still high strung.
Well, like what Tom and I were talking about, we were talking about like we don't want it to sound like we're discriminating against age, but there's certain blocks in your life where you're a certain way, and that's just how it
Yeah.
goes.
Like almost dead.
Well, no, but like there's certain decades in your life where where Tom, you were saying you were thinking about sex all the time and stuff, and now not so much. Like
Yeah, I know
that's
exactly what you mean. I mean, when Richard Gere was fucking, what's her face? That's much different than 81 and 62 or whatever the fuck it is.
It's a big, big deal.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
a lot
like
of
pretty-
things that I have to do.
Yeah.
Like when we travel, I do all the driving, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another couple years, you'll be putting on diapers.
No. I will. Somebody can take care of that.
Nothing lasts forever.
No.
But I mean, so
Yeah.
how long were you single, Susan?
Oh gosh, probably 5 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Were you surprised that you got remarried?
I actually was surprised because I'm the type that I don't need somebody. I made my own money, probably a lot like Stephanie. I really didn't care. And
Yeah.
it was just one of them, we were all drinking, and it's a crazy story. But yeah, this gal kicked me out of her hotel room, and we were it was a big snowmobile convention. And so there were no other rooms in the town to get. And I had been drinking with my now husband, Ron. There was a whole bunch of us. And anyway, in my stupor, I said, well, I've been kicked out because this broad got mad at me. Where the hell do you live? And so, yeah, I left my truck and snowmobiles in town and rode back with him. And he had this old, like 70-something Ford Courier pickup. And I was like, oh, dude, no way. This isn't going to work out. And anyway, yeah. So, yeah, I went to his house. And once I got up to the house, I was like, yeah, I think it'll work out.
Yeah, we get
So
it.
anyway, yeah, and then we were friends for a long time, and he just kept coming around and bugging me, and yeah, I was like, well,
Why not?
Did he
Yeah.
have baggage?
No, his parents are dead. He had an ex-wife. He had met he was married once before me, well, twice before me. He was in banking, and I think going through that late 40s, 50s, he got into a relationship with a younger gal and got it. He was a bad boy. And anyway, but no, he had no baggage. And the biggest thing is he didn't have any damn parents. He has one kid that she went off to be a nurse. No baggage at all. And that was a big thing.
Oh, cool.
A big thing. It's really kind of nice not having that baggage. Yeah.
Well, good for you. Congratulations.
But you know, he's got my baggage.
Yeah, but it's not really. I mean, it was baggage then, but it's not baggage now, really, is it?
No, it's been too many years.
Yeah.
Too many years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love being married. I love it. You're content. You know, I can do whatever the hell I want.
Companionship, like partnership, you know, with somebody. There's something to it.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, we kind of do our thing. I mean, we'll have dinner together. I mean, it just works. He doesn't need any more, and I get to go do whatever I want to do, and
Like
I do. I travel
he's
all the
probably
time.
like your stable place, you know, like you go to, you know.
Yeah.
Hey,
He stays home and watches the cat, and he's happy.
Do you chalk off the non-interest in sex to menopause?
That probably has something to
You
do
know,
with it.
I think it does. It's a good thing to blame it on, I suppose.
Yeah, no, that makes a total 100% sense.
Yeah. Do I have will to go out with somebody else? Absolutely never, not remotely at all. But probably a few years ago, I maybe could have maybe had a quickie with somebody in those, you know, a few years ago.
Yeah.
Now I wouldn't now, but that comes back to the age thing, because
you're right.
my husband has no interest in sex. He's always, it's too much work for him. He's done of it. And so yeah, I have felt cheated on that aspect. You know, but that's the price you pay when you marry somebody 16 years older than you.
But you're
And
not.
I
You don't
realize
feel.
that.
You don't feel cheated in the last 3 years.
No.
Right.
No, I've gotten over that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I was playing tennis with this guy down the road, and he's a retired cop, and he started kind of getting sweet on me and whatnot. And I thought about it, but that's as far as it went, because I didn't want to. I've even told my husband this. I just didn't want to complicate my life. I didn't want him falling in love with me. I didn't want to care about him. I just didn't want to complicate my life.
Yeah,
it wasn't worth it. A roll in the hay.
Right.
And I came to my senses and said, you know, that's it. Hey, man, it's just tennis. That's it.
Huh.
Yeah. Because it does. It ultimately, if one partner falls in love, and that's why a lot of threesomes don't work, because you don't have the right mindset. If somebody has the right mindset, they work beautiful. But that's the percentage of that is probably pretty low.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a gambler.
But yeah. You know, my girlfriend here, she's been married for, over 30 years, and her husband's older than her too. She's had a silent affair with this guy for years and years and years, and it is strictly sex. That is it. Neither one of them over all these years have ever gotten attached to one another, because they've talked about it. There's just no way. So you do find them unusual situations.
I can't sit here and judge anything, because my son's father and my husband, we all used to go on vacations together and stuff, and there was literally, I did not have, and it was good that my husband trusted me with this, but like I literally did not want to be with my son's father. Like it ended, like I wanted to be friends.
Yeah, that's why he trusted you.
I wanted to be friends
Yeah, that's why
for
he
my
trusted
son.
you.
and we actually ended up, my son's father and I actually ended up having a better overall relationship not being together than when we were together. And I didn't want to ruin that by having some kind of thing like, oh, well, maybe we should go back together, because I knew how it was. So
Mhm.
sometimes if you just know how things are, and like I told Eric, I said, you don't have anything to worry about. Nothing. And he didn't. And nothing ever happened. And we went years and there was no like feelings where I was like, I gotta be with him, you know.
Yeah.
Because you just know when two people aren't compatible to be in a relationship.
Yeah. Yeah. Just stay together long enough and you're not going to be.
Exact right. Well, maybe that's how it was with him and I, but like I don't it was just not good. Us living together and trying to yeah.
It depends. You can't blame it on like the institution of a relationship, but it's like you as an individual. I mean, I'm pretty sure that if I had 20 marriages, I'd have problems in all of them. That probably because of the way I think and the way I, do shit and what I want and fucking bail and life's too short and all that fucking shit. I mean, but I don't really consider it bad because I just know that, I just don't want that. I try and explain it. I mean, I knew this early too, even while I was still married. And then I thought, well, but that's okay. I mean, this golden wedding anniversary fantasy bullshit. That's like having a kid and he's going to be, Tom Brady. You think unrealistically. You take your baggage. Who knows how you think the way you think? You're good at some things, you aren't good at others. Like, you got carpenters that are great, carpenters that aren't great. And it's the same thing with the mental health of relationships. Some people are really good at it, like Marty. And some people are really bad at it. Once the fun wears off with me, it's all downhill. I'm not interested in like marriage counseling and.
So Marty's your friend, right? Marty's
Yeah.
the one that you went to. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's been in a long marriage on, right? Is that what you're
It's
saying?
his second
That he's
marriage,
worked.
but he's that kind of guy. He's like, no conflict. Everything's good. He's never going to be calling her a dumb cunt. You know what I mean? It's all like that
He
helps.
loves her? I don't know.
I guess he does.
They got married, I guess.
Well, a lot of times you get married because, you think like they're good people. It isn't like you got fucking supermodels with great personalities banging on your door every day. You go with what's presented to you. It's like buying a used car. It's not like fantasy land. I mean, I thought to myself, my wife was good looking. She had big nipples, gave good head, and was going to have a good job. I think I'll get married. I wasn't totally irrational. And then I even got tired of that. I had a pretty good marriage, actually, and got sick of that. I knew it was all going to be downhill, but it didn't mean much to me to begin with. So I took off. But I didn't, fuck her up on anything, and she made out financially, and I was fine with that. I did have a problem with, I didn't want to like use up, I didn't want to be responsible for a nice woman's young life getting used up by me and then cast away. And I rose to the occasion, and I had no problem with that. It wasn't like I was like, a jerk. I mean, yeah, I just think it's, fuck, I don't know. I mean, she's been with some guy for a while. I don't care. That's how you really know. That's when it really all comes home, like birds migrate. I used to be the most jealous son of a bitch in the world. And there seemed to be a link, like, older women's sexual activity, it ties in with hormones, and you blame it on age because you really don't know what the hormone level was, even connected to menopause. So you kind of chalk it out. Well, as I got older, well, it was a lot more things than older. You got more experienced. You'd been there, done that. Wasn't what you thought it'd be. And before you know it, you go from, fucking around with young women to watching birds.
Yeah.
Because it's like you articulate it as safer, and they do what they do and I do what I do, but it's pretty difficult to make those kind of changes from dating days to your 80s at the same rate, both people. I mean, it's a miracle. And now that women have, like Susan made her own, I mean, and so it makes sense with all the knowledge we have why divorces outnumber marriages. They weren't, basically kept women like they used to be. They'd have loved to have left, but they couldn't afford to.
Yeah, you know what's weird? What I noticed with my husband too in the last year, really getting bad, is when you get older, you start getting like really sensitive about things and the commercials of animals on TV.
Yeah, I don't watch them. Yeah, right. You're right.
Yeah.
Cry even.
No,
Yeah.
no. You look at George Bush, a lot of people, that happened to my sister. I mean, I skip, like, I don't want to watch crocodiles eating zebras and shit as they cross the river.
Yeah.
I don't want to see like these, 6'4" Ugandans that weigh 33 pounds. I skip all that fucking shit. And I get sensitive about it. I had it happen when I was interviewing those prostitutes. It's like, I'm like, George Bush Sr. was like that. All of a sudden you start fucking crying over this shit.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
You're just like a fucking mental wreck over a mouse in a trap.
Yeah. I can't watch anything sad on TV. Nothing.
Yeah.
No, I stay away from all that.
Yeah.
So it's interesting because when we were younger, that stuff really didn't.
No. And if anything, if you were a 25-year-old guy and, you were looking, it's like, wow, look at that crocodile. Fuck that zebra up, man. There's Mother Nature in its finest. Wow, he just ate 2 whole zebras. And now, and it's like, I want to shoot the crocodile, and it happened 50 years ago.
Yeah.
It's fucking nuts. You can't win. I think it's all, but I'm telling you, the mind is absolutely fascinating, man. That's why, and because of what I read a lot about that stuff, I don't believe, like, I know they say it's near death, but it's all these crazy, stupid motherfuckers that believe in Ouija boards, tarot cards, slot machines when they got a feeling it's going to hit. It ain't fucking like that, man. I think it's all people that when I see, like the other day, I was driving yesterday, I saw a fucking box turtle. That fucker looked brand goddamn new. It almost looked plastic. And I pulled over. I don't pull over all the time. I'm not a total idiot. I'm all for saving, innocent animals, but not when I'm going to get rear-ended by a log truck.
Yeah, right.
And there was nobody there, and I drove by, and I turned around and went back, and I went to pick it up, and it looked it was dead. And I thought to it like bothered me a little bit for a while, It was just a turtle that got hit in the road. But it's like, this is not looking good for me mentally. I'm fucking twisted when it comes to these vultures. I fucking worry about them. I worry about them getting hit by cars. It's fucking nuts. Like, I care for this shit. There's a word, and I can't think of it. And it was tied in. There's a name for worrying about future generations. I wrote it down, but I can't remember it right now. And I'm that way too. I never thought that I would care so much about people that I was unrelated to that maybe aren't even born yet, but with the way that the world is going. And it like upsets me when I think about it. Like, I want things to be better for them. And I worry about this crazy shit and this constant turmoil. Your mind changes, but I think just like people look at it, religion and near-death experiences and all this crazy shit, I don't think it's any different as a human as that turtle I saw on the side of the road. When it's tits up for whatever reasons, that's it, man. It's a sweet story to go to heaven, but I just don't buy it. And like Susan said, deathbed redemption, repentance. I don't believe that either. I don't. If that's true, all the more reason why I made the right decision. That you can, be a serial killer and get salvation before they execute you. I'm not doing that. No way.
Yeah.
Other than a serial killer that killed your 2 kids.
Yeah.
Fuck that too.
Yeah.
And I could be wrong, but I'm gonna roll the dice on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do it. Yeah. Yeah. It just and I see these people, and sometimes I think, wow, I wish I could bury my head in the sand like that. You know, but I can't. It's crazy.
Oh, I know.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, you just don't. It's thought provoking. You know, I mean, in a way, you know so much more. I think if I had my druthers and you compare one to another, I still would take the young, innocent, not knowing much days over now. That naivete, that fun, and thinking somehow the life was going to be that way till the day you died. That was a lot better feeling than heading towards the end of the road.
Yeah. And it's so frustrating too. You try to tell, the kids and your family, you try to give them your advice because we've lived it. We know what's going to happen, and they just don't listen.
No, but that makes sense. I know why they don't. It's
I
just,
know.
their brains working differently.
Yeah, I
They
know
just
it.
look at you
It's
as an old fool, out of touch fool.
I know.
You know, you have good intentions. It's the same shit we did. Anything grandma told you went right
Yeah,
in one ear,
I
right out
know.
the fucking other.
Or our parents. I know, Tom. It's just, I got that thing going on, and it just, she just won't listen, and it's,
But this keeps repeating itself over and over.
yeah,
And I think it's just a product of brain chemistry at that age. Like I
yeah,
was in this book I was reading today, it was talking about young chimps, and some of them are just born, they're just fucking shit up. They're fucking attacking the goddamn trainer. They're trying to give it this test on a computer, and it's trying to bite the fucking screen when it answered wrong twice. And then you got other chimps, they're just going along with the program. They're getting their fucking banana or whatever the fuck it is for answering the question right. And they're improving, and they're showing that chimps aren't that different than humans, and, things are going. And then you get the other one that's just fucking pain in the ass from the fucking day one that came from the same environment. It's human behavior and animal behavior is all over the fucking place.
yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Man. I don't watch them anymore, but the YouTube videos where you watch like a baby little whatever gazelle, it's just born and it doesn't know shit. And you got a fucking tiger that's about ready to bite his fucking head off, and he's cuddling up to it because he thinks it's his mom, but his mom took off because she didn't want to get eaten. That's sad.
Yeah.
But it is Mother Nature and all that shit, but I don't want to see that. Like these seals that are trying to get away from these great white sharks.
Oh, I know it. I know.
I help them get in the boat.
Yeah, I can't watch any of that either.
I'm seeing them getting eaten by a shark and try to help them out, save them. But
Yeah.
they say you should just let Mother Nature take its course,
Yeah, I know it. But
Yeah.
it's still hard to watch.
Yeah, it's hard to watch. I don't watch it. I skip all that stuff.
Yeah.
So Tom, your panel, your video for tonight said depression.
Yeah, I was willing to talk about depression, but this happens like a lot. You just maybe you get around to it, maybe you don't, which is fine. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely, I've had major problems with depression. I think I have quite a bit lately, really. I mean, constantly, all the time. I just started taking another antidepressant today, actually. I thought that if I didn't do something, that it was like going to be not good. Let me tell you what happened. So I got an old prescription of Trintellix, which is kind of expensive, but desperate times calls for desperate measures. If I don't do something, I'm never going to move into that new house.
Oh.
And I'm supposed to get the fuck out of here. because
Yeah.
my wife wants to turn that bedroom into a fucking thing. Well, it's that and other things that I don't do.
Right.
So I thought, and I was going to start a Monday, and I just, nobody wants to take this shit. So fucking stupid, because it's not like costing me anything. But you just don't. I don't know why. And the funny, insidious thing about depression is that, I've had major problems with this. And that fucking shit sneaks up on me every goddamn time as if it was brand new and never happened before. I will go through the whole series of aches and pains and sleep problems and thinking my liver's fucked up or my heart. Not really a hypochondriac because there's no secondary gain for it, but just feeling shit, feel tired when I wake up. And it just got to the point where I thought, well, I got about a 90-day supply of those left from like the last fucking meltdown. So I thought to myself today, I'm going to take these fucking things, man. Just go with it. So I took one, and they tell you a lot of people don't. Now, this is one of the newer antidepressants. They say a lot of people don't want you to take them at night because they give you energy. It's like, fucking A, that's what I need. Because when I found that if you're like, don't suffer from depression, you need energy, coffee probably works. If you're depressed, it ain't doing shit. I still like coffee when I'm depressed, but it's not making me do anything that I don't want to do. So I pop one of these motherfuckers this morning, and I don't care what they say. Although there are pretty good studies on placebos. You think they're going to help, so they help. But I've been fucking with this my whole life. So I popped that motherfucker about 11 o'clock this morning. I'm not fucking shitting you. About 20 minutes later, I started feeling different, like kind of like dizzy and foggy. And then I thought, fuck it, I'll go get a coffee at this place. I took the wrong turn twice going to that route I've taken 1,000 times to get that coffee. And on the way in there, and I know it's like, man, this is not right. And this is like not a complicated route. And then I got there and I was reading, but my comprehension was like not as good as it normally has been. And when I got back, I did more work than I've done probably in the last 3 months. And I'll finish out the bottle. And if I keep getting this kind of result out of them, I'll keep taking them because I got to like get some shit done. At least get into that house and get set up.
Yeah.
All back to, all bets are off on this chemical concoction with brain cancer. I mean, I know I got this shit. And I'm lucky if I can pull off taking these to do a few things that cheaply.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm depressed. I mean, I haven't lately done a lot of stuff, and I don't want to leave the house. I don't know. Is that depression? I don't know.
Yeah, it is. But
It
like
is?
I said, yeah, it is. Yeah, you would think that I've had it like my whole life. And it's almost like I never had it when it comes to it slipping in. And I can tell you exactly how it slips in. Don't start not doing laundry, leaving your windows down in your truck because even though it might rain, you hope that it doesn't, but it rains anyway and it gets your books wet. Don't want to take showers. Comprehension goes to fucking hell. I would say probably like, I still think of suicide sometimes. It's not like some stupid false cry for help. It's just like if I did that, I know I'm going to die anyway. And sometimes I just think that I don't want to do this anymore. And it's like, what am I cutting myself out of like 50 minutes? I've been through that for about the last 3 weeks. It isn't like crying around and calling. Nobody knows. I don't tell anybody about it. But it isn't that would do any good. But it's just one of these things that, like I say all the time, I know it's coming down the road. And I'm like burnout, fucking with this goddamn shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you think it's like it works for a while. You move here, you move there, you try this, you try that, you build a new house, get a new car. And I don't get the mileage out of that I did when I was younger. And I think it's another facet of kind of what Susan talked about. That shit, man. I mean, There isn't a happy ending to every story, and which is why I thought, there is really no risk with today's new antidepressants. But I just didn't want to do it, but I did. And they'll tell you sometimes it takes 6 weeks to feel the full effects. Yeah, bullshit. I knew in 20 minutes.
Tom, all you had to have done was throw your party with your new house and what you talked about before. You called all came party, cheered you up.
I know.
I do the Bible study and ones you guys could do everything.
But when when you're depressed, it's like you don't really want to talk to people.
But that's the thing. That's what's gonna get you out of it is having people around.
Yeah, I
a
think
little bit.
I think that may be what gets you out of it, but it ain't gonna get me out of it.
Hmm.
I mean, it's a good little distraction, but all
Because
that
I
kind
know
of shit worked when I was younger. But I'm a hardcore, experienced
depressed person.
personality that gets depression. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Well, because I know a lot. When I get depressed, I don't leave the house. I isolate myself. I feel like nobody wants to be around me. I don't want to do it. You don't really feel like being around people. But in all reality, when you start going around people and start having, it helps.
No, see,
I
not for me.
found.
Now, you would think that it would, but I mean, to me, it's I'm kind of like that anyway.
Yeah, Frisky said your summer party. She's waiting for it.
Yeah, but you don't really, you don't. I mean, it isn't. I mean, that may work with some kinds of depression, but no, I don't think it works with mine. I mean,
Okay.
I think I'd probably get worse. You know what I'm saying? It would be and I don't look at this it's none of this. That's why I know now why people they say, well, they didn't leave a suicide note. They never said anything. They never showed any sign. I know why. Because you don't want to get these Band-Aid theories on what people that just suffered the blues as opposed to chronic depression had. It's well, you just need, let's go see a movie. Or it's oh God, or let's just you need someone in your, it's just, this shit is so, is so way off. You're depressed because of a brain disorder, not because you weren't rubbed enough as a baby.
Yeah, because I think it can happen later because, I mean, I could never talk to my sister about some of the things I feel.
Yeah.
There is no way in hell. She would tell me, oh, well, just, her solution is go to the doctor, go to a psychiatrist, go to, and sometimes it would be nice to just be able to talk to somebody and not be judged about, oh, well, why don't you ever go anywhere? Why don't you do this? Why, it's, so yeah, I don't talk about it. The only time that I like to go out is when I get to see the kids. I mean, that's my happy time. And yes, I go out to see the kids and to the store. But otherwise, no, lately I'm just content to stay home. And I don't know if that's being depressed or not. I don't know.
It is. Yeah, I'd say it is. For somebody, if I were you, I mean, this is just my experience, and I do a lot of reading on this stuff. The most successful antidepressant out there is Prozac. You can get it in the generic. It's super cheap. And you can get a prescription from it, from everybody. I mean, you should try it.
I don't know if I need it.
No, but here's the thing. There's no downside to it. And you need it if you're disappointed in what you just explained, you no longer feel like doing. It's not normal behavior.
No, I mean, okay, here's the thing, and I'm listening to Stephanie as well, and if she is okay with how her life is going,
She's
it
not.
doesn't mean that you're depressed. Like, there's no standard
She's
that you
not
have to
happy.
leave the house every day and do
No, but
if she's content with,
then if she's content, why is she articulating it as an issue? She wonders why she doesn't want to leave. I say it's depression.
Yeah, because I used to go all the time, out to the stores, and it just seems the last few months it's like a big effort to go out. And I don't know why.
Yeah, I'll tell you one guess. That damn niece of yours could trigger a lot of depression.
Yeah, no, I know, Tom. Yeah,
You
I
feel
know.
kind of responsible. You
Yeah,
get a lot of anxiety in the future of the kids.
yeah,
You want to do something, but you're not there all the time.
well,
right. I know.
I think that too has a lot to do with like women in general because they feel like they got to nurture, you know, kids more, which causes
Well,
stress
she's
in
got
her
a
own way.
fucking kook as a niece,
Yeah,
and she's got a pretty good idea what the future holds if this niece has custody of these kids she brought into the world, and that would drive anybody nuts.
yeah, because it's just been, the last few months I've been feeling like this. Yeah, you're probably right, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, but I would go get it, go try get on that, try Prozac, Stephanie. No
Yeah,
downside.
maybe. Yeah, I gotta make another frickin' doctor's appointment. Maybe I will talk to the doctor and see what she says.
Yeah, just tell her, she'll give it to you because there's no
I'll just
down. You're
tell
not gonna
her.
get not a benzodiazepine. You're not gonna get
Right,
addicted. It's not gonna make you not want to drink margaritas.
right.
And if you felt a lot better and it's legal and it's socially acceptable and cheap, why in the fuck wouldn't you take one?
Yeah, maybe I do. Maybe I will talk to her and see what she says.
Yeah, I mean, I see no downside to it.
Right.
You know?
Oh, what the
Yeah.
fuck did I do?
Yeah, I would give it a try.
Yeah. Check it out anyway.
Microdosing, I would have tried that, but that's not so easy to do in most places. Microdosing, you got to be in set up for that.
What is that?
That's mushrooms.
Oh shit. Oh,
There's good
yeah.
studies on it. It's not like you're taking heroin or any of that kind of shit. There's pretty good studies on that, and ketamine treatment, same thing.
Where'd Mark go?
Oh yeah, Mark wanted to get ketamine. I remember that.
Yeah, I think he's tired. He was fucking with some mushrooms earlier.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, Stephanie, you're retired now, right?
Yes.
Could that be part of your anxiety not wanting to go outside? I've been listening for the last couple hours, guys. So.
Oh no,
and I would take it as the first of the month rolls around. You only have so much, so much cash on hand.
Right.
And you don't want to run out of the house right away and start spending money. I mean, we all have to spend money.
Right.
And then like in our concern, once I get retired like you, our medical costs us more. We've proven that.
Yeah, I know it.
We got to have money for that in case there's any more. I mean, I could see that being the anxiety, not it's a depression thing, but now you have to be more frugal and say, I can't go out every day and go to Target.
Right. No, you're right.
It must be $75 a time every trip.
Yeah. No, you're right there. Because the money stress. Yeah, that adds on to it too. Making sure you got enough money. I know it.
I don't fall for the milk being in the back of the store. If I'm told to go get milk, I will go buy 2 gallons of milk and walk out of the store.
Right.
I will not, unless there's other circumstances, like I've been partying too much and just got extra cash. But if I'm asked, hey, go get 2 gallons of milk, it's 2 gallons of milk.
Right. Yeah, I know it. But then again, sometimes, Tom, I just think I'm getting worn out because I am sick and I hurt, and So I think that's another thing too. You know, sometimes it's really hard for me to get around, and it's like I don't want to hassle with it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
uh, so I think that has a lot to do with it too. So I can see where old sick people get depressed because yeah, it's like what the fuck, you know,
Right.
So I don't think that doesn't help either.
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, I think it's worth a try for you.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
Stephanie, you should. When I was working in the medical field, like most people over a certain age were on some kind of antidepressant. So don't feel that like that's a bad thing to, if
Right,
you need it.
right. Oh yeah, because no, I'm always in a good mood and stuff. It's just not, wanting to do things like I used to, it's like why don't I, you know?
Well, Tom's always in a good mood, aren't you, Tom?
No, he's in a bad mood.
Yeah, this is getting me depressed.
You guys had 180 good amount tonight where you were talking funny stuff, and then 180 and it got real serious.
Yeah,
That's
it's serious
how it is
for
with
me.
all of our chats. We,
Oh
we,
God, I
we
don't
When
want
was
laugh.
to
I
start
doing that?
thinking about that shit.
When was I
Oh
doing that?
God.
What's
We laugh, we
that?
get serious, we get real.
Yeah.
It goes all over the place. We yell at
Oh
each
yeah,
other
I don't doubt that,
sometimes.
man. I mean, I can
Yeah.
I can tell that like I said, it sneaks up on me every fucking time. Really, it's probably the 10,000th time. You think I'd be like, it seems like there's a mask that like covers all the obvious signs. Seriously, I'm clueless. And like, here I am in the shit bucket again for like forever. I should have been doing this forever. And it took all this time to like, and this isn't some big, brave plunge by taking a fucking government approved fucking recognized anti-Senate. Like, you just like, this is part of the fucking problem is you don't want to do things that can help you. It's self-defeating behavior. Weird.
Yeah, I work with people, and some are bipolar, and some are having depression issues, and we can tell when they are on and off their medication.
Right.
And it's crazy to work with these people because I come to work, I'm the same guy, every day, and
Yeah. No,
they
I
come to
believe
work,
it.
and who are you today? It's crazy.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
sometimes you have to befriend these people, because you got to be nice to them, or you don't know if something ever
Yeah.
goes crazy.
No, it's not, Robin. There's some pretty good books out there and theories on Adderall. Some people say it dopes kids up, makes them
Have you
all
ever tried Adderall, Tom?
No, I don't think I have AD. Well, I do think I have it, but I don't
Well,
think I'm Adderall level.
You were talking about taking antidepressant and then being focused. I figured if you were to try Adderall, I mean, you want to get that house done. I know people,
No, I
it's
know buy it on the
crazy.
black market.
Well, I mean, your doctor will prescribe it. You tell me you can't focus. That's what people use it for.
No, you're right. It's not really focus. It's depression, which is different.
But it seems like
you can have attention deficit disorder and not be depressed.
Okay.
I mean, maybe I would try it. They did a thing. What do they call this shit? They give it for narcolepsy. I got some of that one time that worked. The fuck do they call that shit? It's an expensive prescription, but I read a lot of studies on that. And in the blind studies, fucking 2 large cups of coffee did just as good.
Well, yeah, you were right about the coffee thing. I could wake up feeling like a slug and, take some ibuprofen, no bullshit,
Modafinil.
Okay. Have a coffee, go to Tim Hortons and get my blood flowing. The coffee open up your veins.
But see, that's where I think it parts ways with depression compared to ADHD. Because if you're if you have ADHD, I think a stimulant can take care of a lot of things. If you have depression and you take a lot of stimulants, it doesn't take long to get adrenal fatigue, because that's not the concoction you need. It isn't more, you're not suffering from not paying attention. You're suffering from being fucking chronically depressed, which is different than ADHD.
Oh,
And
I
if you try and
understand.
power your way out of it with like Red Bulls and excess coffee, it probably isn't going to be like I've fucked around with these kind of things a lot. There'll be sometimes like where I'll just like try and do like a, hillbilly approach to getting something done. And I'll be in a Barnes and Noble and I'll just be going through those aisles left and fucking right. And I catch myself. It's like I just walked through 5 aisles. I don't even know what fucking section I'm in.
That happens to me a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm in there. If the clerk said, "Can I help you?" I say no. Yeah.
I don't even know what I do.
Yeah. I mean, I said, or sometimes I said, sometimes I say to them, you're always, at least I am, a little like angry, pissed off, and I'm super depressed. They'll say, "Is there anything I can help you with?" I said, "Do you have Sanity for sale?"
Yeah.
And they think I'm fucking around and being the smartass. But I'll be in there and I'll get into like a section that I like. But I have to like calm myself down and like say, "Hey, fucker, you're over here in the bird section. Now just get to the top roll."
I can
And
see
go-
you saying you're looking at the tropical fish. You're supposed to be relaxing and rejoicing, but you're still in a bad mood.
Yeah, it's the only bad mood. I get there and I say, I just walked through 5 fucking sections and I couldn't tell you which one I was in. And I'll ask a clerk, like, "Where's a bird section?" She'll take me over there. I'll get to birds. And I promise myself to go shelf by shelf, left to right, and look at the fucking titles. Because if I don't, I'm just like all over the goddamn place. I'll look and I'll say to the clerk, I'll say, "Do you have any books on like, fucking macaw parrots?" She'll say like 40 of them. It's like, "Where are they?" She'll take me over there and show them all. And I went through it 3 times.
That happened to me the other day. I was like, what the fuck am I doing out here?
No, I do that too. And then you know what I do? It gets worse. It's like self-defeating behavior. It's like, you're fucked up. Is it going to get much worse? I just, got pointed out fucking 40 books and you thought they were out of them.
Oh, God.
So my dumb ass goes to the coffee counter and gets another large coffee. Yeah, that'll help.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and then I'll take another large coffee, my hand's shaking going down there trying to pull one out of the fucking thing, and it's like, oh yeah, it's like, and then it just gets fucking worse. It's like, and then I get up to the checkout. It's like, "Oh yeah, how you doing?" It's like, I go there so much, they kind of know me. It's like, she said, "I know you don't want a bag and you don't want a receipt." No, it's because I'm like fucking jacked up, goddamn depressed, trying to like power out of it. I don't want, I told the motherfucker yesterday I bought that Jim Morrison book. I said, "I don't need," he said, "I know you don't need a bag and you don't need a receipt." And I said, "You know what? I don't even need the goddamn book." But I'm here. Seriously.
Oh,
Take my money and shut up.
Damn.
Isn't that right?
We're gonna
I've
have
done
the
that.
We're Going crazy channel. Like,
It's like, why am I buying this?
Fuck
Hey,
yeah.
Bundy, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you guys tonight.
How about Tom? When people ask you where you going and you're like crazy?
Oh yeah, crazy. It's like,
Where are you
I
going?
don't
Where are you
know, man.
driving to?
Yeah, no, they drive you fucking nuts.
Crazy town.
Yeah.
Crazy train.
You should see.
Everyone,
I drive a
everyone all
forklift. And when
aboard. All aboard.
Yeah.
people,
No, fuck yeah. I know it's like that. It's not like, it's funny now, but like when you're living it,
Yeah, no, I know.
it ain't that fucking fun.
I know.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It sucks, man.
it's like
I
the
was-
movie, The Mind of John Malkovich. We're in the mind of Tom Reed.
Is that pretty good, Malkovich? Have
Reed?
you watched? Is there a movie on that?
I've never watched that movie, but I've heard so much about it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you know something. Have you ever seen it?
No, but I will. I'd like to watch it now.
Well, maybe I will have to watch it, and then I'll really nail you to watch it. And then
Yeah, like
be
HL says, he loves. I'm that way too. Likes watching fish and shit. I'm that. There's a link to this. I'll never know the like connection. Everything in life doesn't fucking need to be spelled out. All you know is you like it, and fuck finding out why. You know what I mean? Just go. And I'm like that with fucking clouds. And you know what? I'm like that with like leaves on trees too. I mean, look at these videos I upload. Now, to me, people say, I can't believe you go to all that the trouble like doing it. It's not, man. It's like, I can't, it's trouble. I can't fucking help it. Look at all that shit I uploaded today. Like crazy ass fucking shit. But I really like get fucking into it. I get like excited. It's like, I hear like rain coming and like see the beautiful green leaves blowing like InfoLove talks. And I thought, I want some other people to see this that, might be living in a place where they can't, and I fucking get it, and I download. I'm constantly charging batteries and fucking uploading videos and edit them, putting them together, and if they're time lapse, I'm fucking with these vultures. It isn't like a discipline. I do like sharing it with people, but I'm fucking doing that shit no matter what. Even if I'm tired, depressed, nothing gets in the way. But it comes to like making my bed, cleaning my room, cleaning my car. You can fucking forget it.
Right.
Hey,
Goddamn
Tom.
laundry fucking getting hung up.
Well, who's gonna look at the bed? That's how I see it. Who's
Hey,
gonna look
Tom.
at your bed other than your mate?
Hey,
What's that?
hey, Tom.
Who's gonna look at your bed other than your mate?
Yeah, right.
Hey, Tom. At least you weren't at the store today looking at bags of chips for like 10 minutes because you kept on forgetting which ones that you wanted. And then you're like, oh, I don't know. Maybe I want this
No, but
one.
I get like that on certain fucking shit.
Yeah.
Do not fuck. I'm telling you, man, if you're like that, do not. When you're like this, like you're looking for relief. And alcohol, well, you can get that. Marijuana, I don't really care for that. Booze, yeah, you can get. I mean, that helps a little. Not a lot.
Yeah.
And then you take like gummies, and like I did the same thing. Fucking Stephanie did when I take one of those motherfuckers. Even if I take one that's not like too much, if I take a quiz at the end of the thing, like what things I read in this passage, I don't even. I can barely remember I read a book. I keep starting over.
Yeah, that happens with me too. Like,
I can't take them. I know.
Holy shit, man. Or if I like lose my place in a book, like the thing falls out and I'll start reading. It's like, I remember this.
Oh, God.
And then trying to figure out where I read up to, it's like fucking impossible. So like, I'll just keep on reading. It's like, yeah, I remember this too. Where in the fuck is this? I'll be reading this shit over, and I think, well, why not read it over? Because you don't remember all of it. Just fucking put a stronger bookmark in it.
dude, just take some Thorazine and take a nap, okay?
God damn it.
Then it won't matter so
Give
much.
me some. Give me some.
Yeah. Where can I get it?
Just go crazy. Just go crazy. Get thrown in a hospital, and they'll give you some right away.
But you're looking for relief. I think
throw
too.
something out a window, like break someone's window.
I
or
think
something.
too. I'm not joking about this, but I think too. I think there's a link to fucking depression and like porn. With me, there is. It's weird. It's that part of the
They
brain
say
with.
that it rewires your brain. It does.
Yeah, no, I don't think. I think mine was like wired that way from the get go. I don't think it rewired it at all. I know one thing: you're not fucking unrewiring it. But I'm fine with that because that's good with me. I mean, it isn't like it's causing me problems. Like the love of my life's leaving me because all I do is watch porn. So it's like not that bad of a thing.
Okay.
In a perfect world, yeah, but I don't give a fuck, and I don't watch as much as I used to. But I think that I notice the more depressed I get, the more like porn I want to watch. It's been that way for fucking shit.
Well, at least you
Over
have
50 years.
At least you have like a healthy relationship with Marty and you're not getting like abused. You're not like in like some horrific relationship, like, you
No, I'm
know.
sure though. Like, man, I think in a nice way, like he really likes me and that we're good friends.
Hmm.
But I'm sure in a nice way, he thinks I'm a crazy fucker.
But that's probably, yeah,
Let me
but
tell
that's probably what he likes about you. He knows
Let
you
me-
from you. Your channel and stuff,
there's
right?
somebody that comes on the chat sometimes. I'll give you an example. So, I flew for a long time without a pilot's license. That's kind of linked to depression too. I got tired of taking lessons and I don't like criticism. So I just said, fuck it, and bought an airplane. Now, if you did that now and got caught, it'd be a big deal. Anyway, I had a reputation where I was from. And I mean, people liked me, but they also thought this fucking guy's crazy. Well, there was a guy that I had as an instructor for a while. I knew his dad too. And he was a good guy. And I haven't talked to him in over 30 years. But I check on these guys once in a while, wonder how they're doing. He must have lost his medical. He was chief pilot for a while. And he's selling real estate. He married a college professor that teaches at the college I was at, and they've had like younger kids, they're probably in their teens now, but I never call them. I like friends, but I don't want to like be looking up old friends and rekindling shit. I'm just fine not getting too many phone calls a day. Doesn't mean I don't like them. So this lady called me off YouTube. You guys know her, but I'm not going to say who it is. And she said, hey, I got a son-in-law and a daughter. They have to move someplace up between Michigan and Ohio. Would you recommend any place? And I said, yeah. I said, give me the geographical reason. She did. I said, no other place anywhere other than Ann Arbor, Michigan. And she says, really? I said, yeah, for sure. Not even close. She said, do you know anybody who sells real estate? As a matter of fact, I do. I haven't talked to him in 30 years. And I gave her his name. And she called him today. And they're setting everything up. And he talked about me in a very positive fashion. And this was like 32 years ago, and was telling her that I was the craziest guy he'd ever met in his life. Like in a good way. Yeah. And here it is all these years later. And now he just can't believe that I would like try and help him out of referral. It's just funny how things work. But like when Michelle imitates me, you just like know what you're like. And it's fun you don't believe it's quite that strong until you see someone mimic you and watch other people's responses to it.
I thought it was, when you mimicked me, I thought it was funny. I found it pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's like, when Stephanie and I had a fun time when we did Mark.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
both awesome.
Yeah, we laughed our fucking ass off, man.
Because I can be like that. I can so be like this, like out there, like la da da, like that is me. It's not like you were lying about it.
Yeah.
I'd be
Yeah.
like, look at this cat, and it's so fluffy. And I don't do drugs. And by the way, I just want to tell everybody, I don't do drugs. Do you know how many times in my life people have came across me and thought that like I did marijuana or that, I was on something? I'm like, no, I'm just feeling really happy today.
Yeah, people always thought my sister was on something because she's very hyper. Just, she's been like that her whole life, and she always got accused of being on speed or
Yeah.
whatever. And she wasn't.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I mean, I could tell you a story. I probably shouldn't.
Daisy snoring in the background.
Yeah.
Don't. If you don't think that you shouldn't, then don't. Okay, Tom, we don't need you burying your whatever. We don't need you going in more of a spiral.
Yeah, it was the gist of it is I had some pretty major depression problems, running off you guys, Pug already knows this. Run off the road by the police, locked up, sent to a hospital, that kind of thing. And I had clobbered a couple cars and before I got run off the road and didn't even know I hit them. And the reason for that was because I took a bunch of drugs because I wanted to shoot. I just couldn't come up with enough balls to do this. And I thought that if I did that it would make me be able to do that. I mean, when you make this decision, right? But what happened is after I took them, some friends of mine called me and knew there was something going on and wanted to go out to dinner. And by that time, this shit started kicking in. And I said, yeah, I'll do it. And I went up and I knew people in a 3-county area in law enforcement. And one of them was an older woman that liked me a lot more than I liked her. And for some fucked up reason, while I'm on this goddamn shit, I thought I would buy her a t-shirt. Here, 10 minutes ago, I was about ready to blow my head off. And I wanted to buy her a t-shirt. This is fucking your mind. So I go up to this place. I remember going in there. She's kind of heavy set. And I remember being worried about not being able to find one big enough. And I hit a car leaving, ran into 2 cars going down the road. And that's when I got run off the road by the sheriff's department. And I give myself credit for this. In my drug-induced stupor, when the cop told me, "What are you on?" I said, I thought I had a stroke. So they sent an ambulance, and I got carted off to an emergency room, and they did it, and I did a breathalyzer, and there was no alcohol. So the way they work it is they send your blood test into like the state police, and I thought, man, I am fucked, because I knew what I took. And, it's still driving while impaired under the influence. So I get charged, for some reason, this is the weird thing is, I get charged with driving under the influence, but they didn't know what it was because the tests were pending. So I go in there and I tell them that, and right away I get a hold of all the people that I ran into because I got a copy of the police report. And I said, hey, look, I fucked up. They were very nice. I fucked up, I was having a lot of problems, I was dehydrated. Let me just tell me what it costs to get your car, how much it costs. Because some of these fuckers were like from Kentucky on vacation and fucking goddamn West Virginia for the weekend. And, they fucking fucked their cars up. They couldn't drive.
Oh,
So I said, I'll just pay it for you, And I wasn't trying to like get them into like not testifying for me. I just thought it was the right thing to do. So 2 of them said, yeah. I sent him a check, including their like hotels and shit. The other one said he'd think about it. Well, by that time, the restitution clinic department of the prosecutor got a hold of them, and this was all going to be adjudicated. And I wasn't supposed to talk to them, and they weren't supposed to talk to me. And I swear to God on this. So this whole fucking time, I'm thinking, man, I am never going to fucking drive again. Well, I get my driver's license taken away because I said I thought I had a stroke. It was a medical event. And in that state, you don't need any medical advice. All you need to do is a guy like me saying that's thought I would have had. You can even have a police officer that thinks that with no scientific basis behind it. I automatically got revoked for 6 months. So in the meantime, I got to go back to all these fucking court trials and bullshit's 100 miles away. And I got to pay people for rides. And I got to go to this drug testing thing. And when you get nailed on something like that, you can't drink. You can't take any drugs, nothing, which is fine. I went on drugs, but I did fucking miss my dragon's milk. So I'm going through all this bullshit and I'm negotiating with the fuck because it's a rich area. It's actually where Mary lives. And, I just didn't think I needed an attorney because I knew that once these drug results came in, I was fucked. And no attorney was going to be able to change that. So it goes on, it goes on. Finally, believe it or not, swear to God, I'm trying to settle this case and, get off with other than driving while impaired. It's like, look, I paid restitution. The drug results come back. It happened in June. They didn't come back in November. It comes back with like a negligible amount of Valium. I've never taken a fucking Valium. I didn't take a Valium then. But it was like 0.05%. You're thinking you're home free. It's like, I think they mixed up my results or my reports with somebody else. I didn't take any Valium. I know I didn't. It wasn't in the bottle of the shit that I took. But I got a
Right.
hard ass fucking prosecutor. And he says that unless you can show me a prescription for Valium, we're going to trial. Well, I don't mind bullshitting my way through pre-trials, mediations, but I'm not fucking lawyer. And I don't want to get convicted. And I had every goddamn prescription in the world but one for Valium because I never took them. So here they are hanging their hats on me being a druggie with Valium in my system. And I know that I didn't take a Valium. But, you know, you think they're going to give me any sympathy? This is what the drug report says. Now, the good news is it didn't say that I took 25 lorazepams. But I'm just kind of as fucked because they're claiming that I took something that I didn't. And even though it's an amount that wouldn't affect your driving, I didn't have a prescription for it. So I'm going to these goddamn fucking bullshits. And they said, well, we're going to go to trial. And I said, well, okay, schedule it for trial then. Well, eventually, because it was so far away, one of the people that was taking me to these trials was a prosecutor, the head dog in a county. And she liked me a lot more than I liked her. Let's put it that way. And she's taken days off work as a prosecutor to drive me there. And she knows all these fucking people. When you're in the state of Michigan, you get together for 2 or 3 outings a year amongst all the counties, whether it's a golf or what the fuck ever. Everybody knows everybody. So I come out in the parking lot after one of my rides. She said, well, what happened? I said, well, they're not going to settle it. She said, that's fucking bullshit. And I said, and she's one of these like by the book motherfuckers, you know, and it's like, she said, that's bullshit because she knew that I didn't take Valium and that I wasn't a druggie. So she said, do you want me to go in there? And I said, nah, fuck it. No, I'd be fucking probably be still eating her fucking pussy. You know, it wasn't worth it. It's like, no. Plus, I don't want to put somebody there compromising themselves on something that they don't want to do. So she said, I'll go in there if you want. I said, I don't want you to. I said, I'll never hear the fucking end of it. So she said, well, I'm going in there. I said, well, go in there then. But, you know, it's not because I asked you to. So I go in there with her. She said, you sit down here. And she goes up to the fucking prosecutor and they come out and it's like, hey, how you doing? You know, I haven't seen you. It's like, why are you here? She said, well, I'd like to talk to you in private, but I can hear them talking in the waiting room where I'm at. It's like, why are you here? It's like, well, I'm here, you know, this is a friend of mine. She said, well, you a representative? It's like, no, I'm not fucking representative. But hey, look, this fucking lab, they said, why are you doing this? I mean, even if the motherfucker took a half of a thing of Valium, he said, well, he's got a drug. She says he fucking does not. I've known this guy forever. He has no drug problem. He hasn't even smoked fucking marijuana. You're taking him to trial for this fucking bullshit? And right then, a whole fucking rug got pulled out underneath the fucking deal. And the head guy went to the assistant guy and says, well, what do you want to do? He said, whatever you want to do. And these motherfuckers are like, went in from like hard ass guys that were protecting our citizens from drug addicts like you to like, let's work this out. It's like, yeah, I've been fucking trying to work it out ever since I've charged. They end up giving me a careless driving, not reckless, which is the same thing as a speeding ticket. But it was all because of the influence of this woman that did the same thing they did in another county. But it just shows you how politics matter sometimes. And I got out of the whole fucking thing. Got out, skated the whole goddamn thing. I got 3 points on my driver's license, which was the same as a speeding ticket. And it all eventually went away. No OWM, which is kind of fair in a way. But the caveat to the whole fucking thing is the truth of the matter is somewhere along the way, my blood, I can't tell you what happened. I don't know. That was absolutely false. The good news is they don't know, or they didn't have the evidence that I took 25 lorazepams. The bad news is I didn't have a prescription for something that I know that I didn't take. But at the end of the day, I skated. Shit fucking luck. I couldn't do that again in a million fucking years.
So, Tom, what I want to ask you is,
How old were you?
Yeah, it was like 6 years ago. So I was 62.
Really?
Yeah. 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 It just goes to show you politics.
crazy never leaves.
Motherfucker.
I had to go for a speeding ticket because I was speeding. When I walked into court, our town's prosecutor standing there to represent somebody else, and I was a volunteer fireman in the same town, and he said to me, "Why don't you just bring this to me?" So he took my ticket, went talk to the prosecutor, and when I went up, I got some kind of bullshit ticket for,
Yeah.
I guess, impeding traffic or something back then.
Yeah.
Whatever it was, but I didn't get the speeding ticket, which was ridiculous.
Yeah. No, I got out of the whole fucking thing. I've
It's good to
taken,
know people sometimes.
yeah, there's a perfect example. Yeah, perfect example. Yeah, and about 6 months after that, I had a brilliant buddy of mine that was an attorney that they hung by the fucking balls. He got a drunk driving ticket coming out of that casino, same place I was at. And they told him, fuck you. See you at trial. Yeah, and a lot of things, that's a very affluent area. All $1 million houses all over the fucking place. And they got more money than they can spend. They end up buying like fucking shit they don't even need. Like they get these $500,000 things to look for fucking bodies underwater and shit, even though nobody swims in that particular area because they got all this excess cash. You don't spend it. So they were holding the cards. If this would have been in a clusterfuck place like Wayne County, Detroit or something, I probably would have bargained my way out of it.
Thanks.
Yeah, but not there, man. They were hardball. They had it, and I kind of agree with them. Yeah, I mean, they didn't know me, and you start banging into cars and trying to get away. I wasn't trying to get away. I just didn't notice those blue lights behind me. I told them, part of my argument in the pretrial was that you have to be of sound mind to commit a crime.
Yeah.
And I argued dehydrated, though, not on drugs. Well, that went over like a lead balloon. They said no matter what I was doing, I still damaged 3 cars and could have hurt somebody, which is true. But here's the thing, and you get no credit for this, and I'm not trying to get any. I didn't plan on leaving after I took those drugs. But that's what drugs do to you. No one wants to hear that. Like, I wanted to kill myself. I took this handful of pills. I was 10 minutes into it, and somebody called. The drugs had taken effect, and they wanted to go out to eat. I wasn't of sound mind. I wasn't a guy just partying, smoking dope, doing heroin. Hey, let's go buy a T-shirt. But once you've done that kind of shit, nobody wants to hear that sappy story. And I don't blame them. Look, you can't have people doing what I did. And no matter what I say, no matter what the reason, I was in a van running into cars and leaving. Not good. So even though they were trying to nail me on a drug I was on a drug that they weren't able to verify. Obviously, way too many of them. Smacking into cars and leaving. Not good. I mean, I was so fucking out of it. I guess somebody came up to me and said that why wasn't I stopping after hitting cars? And I said because there were no personal injuries and took off. But that's what drugs will do to you. Even like drugs like, legal drugs that you take too many of. Fucking nuts, man. Yeah, it's fucking like scary. You can like be that out of it. And
That's why I don't drink hard liquor.
Well, that's no reason. And then I did the same thing. I did the same thing. It didn't help my depression. But before that was adjudicated, I did the same thing 2 weeks later. Only this time, no drugs. I thought you better fucking step up to the plate now and do this shit and have enough fucking balls to do it. And they got a report of me by my wife, and they ran me off the road in Gaylord.
Wow.
I uploaded the video. If you put in the search box, I fought the law and the law won.
Okay.
And I knew I had a problem, and I got there and I could have been discharged in 2 weeks, but I thought this is my last bite at the apple, either being alive or not. And I actually talked them into keeping me for another week, because the advantage of being chronically depressed and in the outside world is really a disadvantage. When you're put in a psychiatric hospital, you get to titrate medications, and there's a law where you have to sit down with a psychiatrist every 3 days. Well, the way the mental health system is in a lot of places now is like, it's hard to get an appointment with a psychiatrist to begin with, and then you go through the whole deal getting prescriptions done. Where when you're in an environment like that, and the name of the game is like mental health and doctors on staff, you can titrate, which means change the level of your doses, like all the time. So I thought, this is a really good chance at me to like try everything, levels, new drugs, whatever. And I don't want to get out of here until I'm really feeling better. And that's exactly what happened. And that's exactly what I did.
So
And it paid off.
do you like the white room better or the straight jacket?
Yeah,
Or
no shit, man. That was like that.
when they put the things around your ankles and stuff. So you can't
Yeah,
leave
no,
the bed.
yeah, I know.
Which
Wow.
way do you like to be treated?
No, I got put in things like that where you couldn't have got out of there if you wanted to. There were a lot of part-time cops. I got put in Kinchlow, which is I got transported from Gaylord, Michigan to the Upper Peninsula. It was an old military base turned into a psychiatric hospital. You talk about a long, lonely ride, man. Riding in the back, you're in the back of a locked ambulance, and you got a long time to think. That's a long ride up there, and it's like, fuck, man, I can't believe it. Like, this is me. On my way to this fucking thing. And you know what happened at the last place. And what would make you think it was going to get any better at the new place? And it's like, fuck, man. I can see why they locked the back. I'd have jumped out of the back of that motherfucker. There's the link to my video. I'd have jumped out of the back of that motherfucker if they hadn't had a lock on it. Because by then you think your life is just fucked. You know that this depression's been endless. You've tried everything. You just fucked up your driver's license. You're already scheduled to go to trial in November for the first thing, and now you've done another one.
Bopak's Remembering of 12 Monkeys. Have you ever seen that movie, Tom?
No, I never saw that movie. Is that good? Is it good?
That's with Bruce Willis. That's an interesting movie. 12 Monkeys. I've never seen that either. That's Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
Yeah, poor bastard. Now he's in a diaper.
Yeah.
Just don't go crazy, Tom, and you'll be okay, right?
Yeah, I didn't like it. It's like you got a choice in the matter.
I know.
Where the
you start shitting your pants? Is that what you're talking about?
What's that?
What you talking about? Diapers? You talking about getting old, shitting your pants?
No, Bruce Willis is in diapers now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How old is he? 75?
No, he's not that old, I don't think.
His dementia is real bad.
The
thing. What?
Dementia.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been like this for quite a while now, and he's just gotten worse and worse now.
I never knew that.
They link dementia and Alzheimer's with mental illness. Like,
yeah,
if you have
no, I think
illness
that's true. They do.
I heard it's like they're considering it also a new level of diabetes, where everything's just so shot your system. It's,
yeah, but it's not linked to diabetes.
No.
No, it's a neurological.
I'll tell you where my thing. What really got me And that's like, I wouldn't say it's a problem, but it could be. And that is, there was a time where I decided I didn't want to get better. That better was just this
Okay.
clusterfuck of medications and different doctors and bullshit. And I just didn't want to keep doing it forever. And I'd had enough experience behind me to have a pretty good idea what the future held. And I just didn't want to fuck with it anymore. You know, and then once you get in some trouble like that, after never being in trouble before, and your driver's license is fucked up and your insurance goes up, and you know what an upload battle it's going to be just to like be working at a fucking Dollar General, that I didn't want to get better, because what was better going to be?
Right.
And that's where it really went bad.
I hear you, Tom. I understand, like, when they're like, life's gonna get better, and it's like,
No, yeah, right.
okay, well, like, what's like a job that I'm not gonna like,
Yeah.
bitch about that, and
Yeah,
then
and you're just in this bullshit, and you know you've
you just have
tried
to
all
think,
these fucking things.
Tom,
You've been
Tom,
let down so many times
you
with.
just have to think positive when you're mopping a floor, and it'll be
Yeah,
okay.
no, that's
Like,
exactly right.
just be happy
No,
with that.
embrace the toilet.
Yes. Love,
Yeah,
love.
no, it's this fucking no bullshit, man.
He's got a point there.
That's why I identify with like people like what Becky said. I think if I'd have been in the same position of these prostitutes and fucked up that bad at that age, that your idea of happiness isn't the same as someone that's experienced the euphoria of heroin for 20 years.
Ooh.
This idea of having a husband and being a soccer mom and like not having cockroaches running across the fucking kitchen table, ain't that fucking great? Once you've bit that poison apple of opiates and you've suffered from a lot of PTSD, like Raven, molestation, pervert fucking clients, cops fucking with you, 30, losing your teeth. I mean, there gets to be a point where, you know, you're going to like, that's why Sherry deserves some fucking giant medal. Yeah, I couldn't do it, man, because the bar is still too low after you've met this threshold of what everybody else that hasn't been on heroin thinks is happiness.
Right.
Yeah, it's not what it's cracked up to be. You'd rather be fucking dead. Life is a major fucking hassle when you're a working drug addicted prostitute. You got a criminal record, basically relegates you to low paying jobs. And
you're lucky if you could even get a low paying job.
Yeah, you're lucky if you can get a low paying job. But you go around waving this little flag that you're fucking not on drugs anymore. That's the problem.
You're
sucks,
miserable,
man, but it's fucking true.
But you're still miserable. You're like, but I'm
still
not
miserable.
doing drugs.
You're miserable in a different kind of way.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that those are the women that, you know, forget the kids are in the car and all that shit. They bake to death.
You know what? You quit doing drugs and everything, and you can get this low paying job. You'll barely be able to pay your bills.
Barely.
And just stay off of
Barely,
drugs.
right.
But at least you're not on drugs, and your life will just be so much better.
Oh yeah, it's bullshit. The ones that seem to hang in there and get out of there are the ones that just, I mean, what's left after that life other than buying into the Jesus story?
But also, how many of the people that did get out, did change their life, what is their life after that anyways?
Right.
Like, is it any like thing that you would be
well,
like?
No, it's shitty, just not on drugs.
That Jesus thing kind of works though sometimes.
Yeah, no, it's possible. Yeah,
it worked for me.
Yeah, no, you're right. It does for some people. That's exactly right. But I mean, there's not much left other than that. You know, the guy, if you really buy into it and, you know, and it works for you, good for you. I mean, you're desperate. I mean, you know, if they would have written books that were 2,000 pages long on watching a fucking carrot dangle on a string.
Mm-hmm.
And that worked for you, good for you. You're still alive. But I just think there's some times where life isn't better than death. That's not what they make movies and write poems and books about. But, you know, it depends on who you ask. Oh, thank you, Sharon. You know what I mean? It depends on who you ask. I mean, look, it isn't just, there's, you know, this Matthew Perry, Prince, Tom Petty. You can be from anywhere. And all of a sudden, it isn't new sex. It isn't new sports cars. It isn't new condos. It isn't new jets. And you're just as miserable as the prostitute on heroin sucking cock on Michigan Avenue.
Right,
Between the ears.
And you know what doesn't make sense with that, Tom? Is because technically they talk about like misery usually comes from like people who are sinning and doing bad stuff all the time, if you're religious. But just like you said, you could be just as miserable as the person prostituting themselves, like having massive
Mhm.
sex for money. One of the most, and you, so then where does that logic come into play? You
Yeah,
know what I
I mean,
mean?
it works for a while. I mean, I joke about it all the time. I say the guy that's going to make it through this life the happiest is the Polak plumber from Hamtramck, working double shifts, that always is going to buy a condo someday in Florida and dies before he finds out how bad that is too. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, man. And you're going to run into people from time to time. They're just, you know, just as happy as hell all the time, doing like, you know, they're down here. I mean, we got lifelong people working at gas stations. I look at them, they're happy. They're always in a good mood. They're never depressed. They can't figure out why you're depressed. They live in a trailer with a tarp on the top and 2 concrete blocks keeping it from blowing off.
But they own it. They only pay taxes and they save all their money for a rainy day.
Yeah.
Well, my the people that work at the gas station here always look kind of miserable, and they're usually like out smoking and doing all sorts of stuff. So I don't know if
Smoking cigarettes?
no, definitely not a cigarette. You can't do that in New York State. If you smoke a cigarette, you might as well be smoking heroin now. You gotta see all these like anti-smoking things that they're really trying to push now.
Oh, there's no
Don't have a
place left to
cigarette.
even smoke again.
Don't let anybody see you have a cigarette, and like you better smoke like freaking 5 blocks away and then run back
Wow.
to work.
Man, I walk 5 feet out the building. I can light up if I wanted to. I don't smoke though.
Yeah, I mean not here. I mean I don't know why they make such a big deal about a cigarette, but they do. And New York is like really pushing this. They're gonna make it like $50 for a pack of cigarettes soon, so
Yeah.
that hopefully everybody quits.
What?
It's already
You
like
mean $50 for a pack of cigarettes?
No, they will. You're right.
it probably will come to that. It's already
So
over.
what's it now? 15?
Yeah, it's over 15 now.
Yeah, but that's
Really?
They used to be
In New
two.
York for a pack of cigarettes. Holy hell.
When I first started smoking, they were only $2 a pack, and I'm not that old. I'm not like,
Right.
oh, they're gonna keep on taxing it and taxing it and taxing it, so
Well,
nobody
it is,
smokes.
yeah. It's crazy.
You're gonna have to be rich.
You gotta think about that. Every time you light one up, you're burning 75 cents or something.
I know. No, it's crazy. It's like, but
Yeah, for $15 a pack.
no, it went from being where they had smoking break rooms, you could smoke in everywhere,
Is
to
that for a
like,
carton ACB or a pack of cigarettes? Because, you know, I don't think it's $150 for a carton of cigarettes nowadays, is it?
it is. If you want a carton of cigarettes, it's $150. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that's crazy. 10 packs of cigarettes,
That's why you got to go to the reservations, the Indian reservations, because they still
I have
have
to
them.
ask in the gas station how much they are right here in Michigan.
No, like I said, if they want to push something, which is weird because yes, smoking is bad for you. Smoking cigarettes is not good for you, but neither is drinking excessive alcohol. But they don't up the alcohol either. You know, it's not like you see like alcohol all of a sudden it's now like
Right.
$50 more. You know, so they're really trying to push like to stop smoke to not smoke. So whatever, I can't do anything about it. And like I
Crazy.
said, is it the healthiest thing for you to do? No, but I mean, then we could go on about that too. I don't know. It is what it is.
Smoking room in their first Looney Bin visit. Yeah.
Yeah, the Frisky was like your first one, Frisky.
Been more than once, huh? Like a vacation.
Oh, it's not a vacation.
Well, then you shouldn't be going back and getting it over with. I would hope.
I mean, I'm sure if they pump you up with enough meds, like you won't care that like you're sleeping next to like 50 other people or
Oh,
all these strangers. Or when they put you lock you in the room for
right.
hours at a time until like they feel that you're decent enough to color. They'll give you a coloring book. Here you go. Why don't you draw a picture?
Wow. And they want to know why you drew that picture.
Well, this is what I think they should do. Instead of throwing you in a hospital like that for like mental health issues, they have all these nice rehabs, right? Have you ever seen the rehab centers for people with drug problems? They should
Yeah.
do that for mental health people too. You can go on a nice vacation instead of getting locked in a hospital and getting freaking all of this other crap done to you, where you have more PTSD after you leave. It was like, geez, I'm so glad to be out of there. It was like freaking jail.
Nuts.
Yeah, it's crazy how it works. I feel for anybody who had to deal with that before. Yeah, you can't leave, and you can't leave the hospital either. If you're locked in there, you're locked in there. You can't even leave the floor. It is like prison. It's like
Yeah.
prison, and you didn't even have to do anything wrong.
Well, it's for the mentally people they decide are mentally unstable.
Yeah, but sometimes it's not always it's like if somebody else thinks that you're okay, so like this is how it works too. If somebody
Mentally
else
unstable.
thinks that you're mentally
Well, if
unstable,
someone commits a crime, I mean,
if
you're either going to go to jail or you can plead like the mental insanity or whatever, and you can try and
Yeah,
go to
but
a mental
that's
hospital.
no cakewalk either.
well, but the thing is like
Right.
I could call the police on Tom, right?
Right.
And say that he's mentally unstable
Good
and
guess.
Oh, they would go
convince
check on him possibly. Say please.
but
Yeah.
but that's not always the like I've been in situations where I've been put in a hospital where I didn't do anything wrong, but because other people were quote unquote concerned or whatever about me, I literally, without my own consent, got sent to one of these
Yeah,
places
that's
before.
because they convinced them you were a
Yeah, but I
danger to
wasn't.
yourself.
But I wasn't. The thing is if that would be okay if that was what was going on, but that's not, and it just pissed me off. So the whole time I was there, and it was just kind of like whatever. But I mean, that's the thing. So somebody else could get you in there without you
Yeah,
even doing
it's called the
anything
Baker
wrong.
Act in some states. Baker Act. I can't remember if it's Florida or Michigan.
Yeah.
God, I wish we had that here. I know somebody that I would get in there.
Do it,
Yeah, but there's
Stephanie.
if you need to. I guarantee you, there's something like that there. And if you find out what it is, you can exercise that.
Oh, there's no way that they would let me.
No, but it's not up to you. It's just up to you got to admit that, there are people that sometimes, aren't really in a position to be the captain of their own ship. And in an attempt to keep them from hurting themselves or other people, that if they didn't have laws like these, there'd be a lot more carnage out there. So
Right.
even though there are bad examples like Michelle's, there are good examples. You just can't,
Yeah.
society just looks at it like they're banking on this being used prudently for good reasons. And there's really no mechanism for when it isn't. And it's used for stalkers and weirdos and troublemakers.
Yeah.
Right.
And that gets people like Michelle in the can here and there.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with if somebody's legit depressed and is, there's something really wrong.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing wrong with someone who cares about somebody to want that person to get help. And
Yeah, but that's not why you got there.
no, but
Right. And it's I'll tell you, if you're ever faced with this, there's a huge difference between getting locked up voluntary and involuntary. If you get involuntary, which means they pick your ass up and put you in there, and that gets in the probate court records, you never get it out. I had both. I had voluntary and involuntary. And the involuntary one was basically an argument with a nurse. But your psychiatrist, before it's adjudicated, can fill out paperwork to keep that from ever being entered in the court record, which is what I did. I got it reversed. I got an involuntary change to a voluntary, which is apples and oranges. When you're putting a fucking nut house involuntarily, that's got a whole nother connotation than the other way.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's abuse for the thing, but it does good too. But it's like anything, it's not perfect.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't give a fuck now, because the good news with me is by the time I started going off the rails, part of what made that happen was that there were really no consequences. I feel bad for the people that you have to keep yourself in check all these years because of your job, and you're on the school board and who knows what the fuck ever. And if this shit comes unglued. I mean, if there's 10,000 people out there and there's 20 that have been in mental institutions and the rest haven't, who are you going to hire?
Right.
It's just the way it works.
Yeah.
But I was already like past my working years.
Right.
I think that I may have been able to bite the bullet and not let it go that far if I had a, business that I was still working actively. But I was like, man, maybe I can get some help just letting it go with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if your employer and stuff gets a hold of like your mental health records or anything else like that, it's like freaking that could be.
It depends what, but I'll tell you, if you were going to have mental health records, man, it would seem like of all the places to be, New York would be great. Almost like you get promoted.
Crazy.
I mean, like I think people usually are pretty fair, fair about all of that, but I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's any different than, being a pedophile, an arsonist, a great painter. I mean, you got this concoction of brain cells, and they change as you get older. Life events make them better, make them worse. Fuck, who knows? Serial killer. I mean, could be a lot of shit. All these crazy motherfuckers that do this wild ass shit, they interview them. They don't know why they did it. They just know that they did. And a lot of them are sober.
Yeah.
Chopping fucking people and shit and burying them under their house and then going to bed that night.
I know. They say they don't know why they do it.
Yeah, and I believe
Well,
that.
Most of the people that are like that, though, aren't the people going to mental hospitals trying to get better.
No, you're right. That's exactly right. That's true. No, depression's a whole fucking category of its own. Depression, it fucks up your goddamn employment history. It's hell on relationships. It keeps you from doing things, but you're not out killing people,
Right.
you know. But it's a major fucking goddamn roadblock to happiness and satisfaction. And
The people who are serial killers and stuff, because I've so met this personality in my life where I was like, wow, like they're usually the most normal functioning.
yeah, no, all the neighbors always
They-
love them.
They look, they wear their collared shirts. They're
Yeah.
nicely,
Yeah,
they're
that's true.
nicely, no wrinkles. Like they look like probably like the poster child for like success in life.
Yeah, they're
Those-
good looking, like Ted Bundy.
Yeah.
Yeah, charming.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you wouldn't think anything of it.
Yeah. No, it's crazy. Human behavior, man. That's why nothing surprises me.
Yeah.
I just, you articulate it as just like, I'm just like bored, I guess. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm in this constant state of like, I don't want to hear these things. You got stupid motherfuckers that don't understand it or say, well, you don't work. You just built a new house. What's the problem? It's like, we're not having this conversation.
Yeah, I know.
Fucking nothing to do with it. You can go out, you can drive a car. It's like,
Right.
and if you're suicidal ever, it takes a while to get there. Don't call a 800 line. You're going to talk to some social worker, some goody fucking two shoes that's got a drunk driving ticket that's doing some volunteer work, and they're going to just ask you the stupidest questions in the world. And the real cherry on top of all this shit that'll really make you pull the trigger is when they say people love you. It's got fucking nothing to do with it. People like care. Well, this has got nothing to do with this. Part of that bullshit I went through, I had to talk to some of these stupid ass fucking social workers. They were just so goddamn dumb, man. I just wanted to like turn into a serial killer. That's the most aggravating, stupid.
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
question.
On that note, I gotta go, guys.
Yeah.
All right, I'm
God.
gonna roll out. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, it's just super aggravating,
Yeah.
Yeah, life boring. Yeah, it does get boring. But you'll meet people that it's just on how your brain works.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I know you say no, which is fine. Like, I'm not trying to argue with how you should live your life or any of that. But I think if you invited more people, like face to face type of like relationships might be like healthier for you.
No.
Like do things.
I don't think so.
Okay.
And do what? Fucking talk about the weather?
Maybe play shuffleboard. I mean,
Yeah,
at
that
that
kind of
age.
shit. It's fucking
Do
stupid.
like
I know. I'm the same way, Tom. I know. That does not sound fun at all.
No. Can't wait to get
No.
rid of them, man.
I know.
do like a group thing.
Yeah, no, that does not sound fun. Like I said, I enjoy seeing the kids. That's the only people I need to be around. It's just, really hard to be around my sister. But I put up with it, but it's hard.
Or when you're like 25 and you broke up or you got divorced or shit, you meet someone you're attracted to, all this shit is like really great to talk about. Someone's giving a fuck.
Right.
You're going to try to do better. Oh, they should have treated you better. At this stage of the game, we're not having that fucking conversation. These old
I know.
goddamn dinosaurs bring this shit up about what happened to my marriage. I tell them it's none of your fucking business. Big difference in 25 when I was trying to get in the pants.
Oh,
And these
no.
are the kind of things that just go along with how we talk about getting older. It just changes so much.
Right, because because when you're younger, you're like what you said, like there's usually like something like
Oh
good
yeah,
coming
like you
about
want to
from it.
find out, why someone would treat him this way.
Yeah.
And you never get a chance to talk to that motherfucker that got rid of their ass. He's got a whole different fucking explanation as to what went down.
Oh, sure. Of course, of
Yeah,
course.
there's his side, her side, and the truth.
That's true. You see, at least you
But
know
when you're
that
young,
much.
you don't know that goddamn shit. You want to just like, you just can't believe this fucking top-notch pussy's on the market, and you want to know why. And if you hang in there long enough, you're going to get it broke off in your ass the same way he did. But you're not same shit. It's just like you give advice to Sarah, Stephanie. It's not happening.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
I know, Tom. No, it's not happening. Things just keep getting worse and worse.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, fuck, I don't know, man. I mean, I
I'm
got
gonna blame her for my depression. It's her fault.
Hey, she's contributed to it.
Oh yeah, definitely. I know that because I worry all the time, all the fucking
Yeah,
time. I've got
Just
it.
think, you're not even her mother.
Stop.
You're not even her mother.
I'm not even. I know. I know it.
I mean, that poor lady.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
That's why. I mean, it's just getting where her and I can't even talk anymore. I mean, it's just causing all kinds of trouble. Yeah, I know. Oh, well.
It always makes me think of abortion.
God, I
Just think if
know.
she wasn't around.
Yeah.
Really?
No,
Now, I know
I
the
know.
grandkids wouldn't be around either, but my God,
No, I
you wrecked
know,
your
but
sister's life.
I know. No, I know it. Yeah. Oh well.
That's how it goes.
Maybe I'll go out to the store tomorrow.
Yeah, I would try that Prozac though. I think it'd help you a lot.
Go
Yeah.
go to Walmart and let us know what the deals are at Walmart. What's going
Oh
on?
yeah.
Hey, get that. Hey,
It's
when you
exciting.
if you do you have a pretty good relationship with the primary care physician?
Yeah, I do
Yeah, well,
actually.
just have them get you the generic Prozac at Walmart. It's like $4 for like fucking a bathtub full of it.
Yeah. No, yeah, I'll talk to her about it. I got to make another appointment. It's just, I hate going to all these doctors all the time.
I know
but-
that's
Oh, it sucks.
depressing alone. Just going, I
It
can't
is.
imagine.
Oh, God, I know it because, that's another thing. It's not just mental health, it's the
Right.
physical health. I
Might be
mean,
depressing.
Hey, but
you
yeah,
know,
it's
you-
depression.
Yeah.
Hey, but depression. But can you imagine being the doctor listening to this shit all day long for
Oh,
40 years?
I
I
could never do
know.
it. I could never do it. Never.
I know.
You have
That's
to be-
why I
you have
don't
to
tell
be-
my
and-
doctor
Yeah,
a
and
lot.
40% of them, they're not doing anything you told them to do.
No, I know.
Another 20% are just out and outright lying.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if I sat down and said every single thing wrong with me, they'd probably kick me out.
Oh,
They'd
yeah,
just
yeah,
say,
right.
"How you doing?" I say, "Good."
That's another thing of getting older. When you're young, your dumb ass actually thinks you're gonna get better.
Yeah.
You get older
Yeah.
and like you're going there and you're trying this, you're trying that, and you're getting
Yeah.
fucking barraged with fucking paperwork and bullshit.
Oh, yeah. And especially when you have something that there's no freaking cure. I'm not going to get better. They just try to find stuff to make you more comfortable. And it's like, that can, takes a toll on you too. It's like, well, why take all this medicine? I'm not going to get better. Fuck.
I asked that oncologist about that, when I had that bullshit fucking lymphoma.
Right.
I said, "Are you bullshitting these people?" On 4 stage, she said, "Not at all. It goes from curing it to comfort. And we're straight about it."
Yeah.
A lot of
Yeah.
people, But there are people who have overcame stage 4 cancers.
Not many. Leukemias, yeah, but the other ones, they don't. It's bad. Once it metastasizes, it is, but it's very low on the whole scale. It is super low.
Are you guys
Really.
on Farmville? You remember Farmville? I did Farmville.
Yeah,
I
there's
used to
people
do,
on here that fuck with that. I think Blue fucks with one of those farm things.
I used to do Farmville when it was on Facebook, I think. Yeah, fun games are always good for passing time.
Oh yeah, I play games on my phone. Yeah, I do. I have games, especially poker. I love poker.
Do you like Texas Hold'em poker?
Oh yes, Michelle. I used to work in a card room. I used to play Texas Hold'em all the time.
Yeah, I have some friends, they come over. We have a table and stuff and we play it.
Oh
But
yeah.
but sometimes it goes on forever. Like you never know. It might be 3 hours or it might be like a 5, 6 hour match doing that.
Well, I know if you're playing in a card room and you win a pot that's got over $200 in it. I mean, talk about a thrill. Let me
No,
tell you.
that's how it is when we have poker night at my house. It's usually like first place usually gets like around $300, and second place is usually like 75 or whatever.
Yeah, that's fun. I've always enjoyed poker.
But
I don't like those games.
well, you want to know what's bad about me sometimes? Like if I'm tired, because sometimes it might go on to like 2 in the morning. And if I'm tired, I'm just kind of like I lose interest, and I'm kind of like, all right, let's try to like get this going, and then I start betting big when I probably shouldn't, and that's the only thing that sucks sometimes, depending on how long it takes. But
Yeah, it gets sloppy.
yeah, you're just kind of like, oh, I'm kind of like over it. But like if I'm not that tired and it's like 2 in the morning and freaking you're down to the last two people, I mean, I've won a couple pots.
Oh yeah, I won a $2,000 bad beat poker pot in a card room once. $2,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
not a
pretty good.
long time ago. Yeah,
'Cause
but
it takes a
don't
lot
have
to
the
stay.
money to do that anymore.
But it takes a lot of patience to be in poker tournaments because like
Oh,
I said,
oh,
sometimes
definitely.
it could be like
Oh,
all day
yeah.
you're just doing it,
You,
and it's like
oh
it
no,
becomes
you
almost
have
a
to have.
job.
Oh yeah, you have to have a lot of patience playing poker. Yeah, sure do. Yep, I
Those
could
games
sit for hours.
never interested me.
Oh really?
Uh-uh.
Ah,
I think it's fun because you get to like read people. You see, the whole thing is you're just trying to see if people are bluffing. You're trying to
Yeah,
like
but you
so
know
you
what?
watch how everyone bets, and you see like their mannerisms and stuff to try to see if they're trying to pull a bluff or to see if you could bluff, and it's weird. It's fun, but
Yeah, but you know what? The people that internet poker do just as well as they do in a real poker game. So there goes that theory.
no, my theory is no, because
They
like
don't even see the other person's face.
I've played it online before, but like it's easier for me to win when I can actually play with people than online because it's just that easier. I mean, yes, there are trends online. So I played online poker before, and yes, you can kind of tell who the people are that are bluffing all the time, but it's a lot easier when you're in person.
Yeah, I don't know why it didn't interest me. I just like the dumb old brain dead slot machine.
so I love those too. I like all forms of gambling, Tom. Used to go to the horse races when we had Long Acres here. My grandma was the one that loved the horses, so she used to take me with her. And then I started liking the horse racing, and so I started out doing that with my grandma. I guess my whole family is a bunch of gamblers.
That's all right.
Oh God. Oh, that was
Fine,
fun.
I don't know why it didn't interest me.
I don't know. I always got such a high when I won gambling. Um, I suppose I don't know if I was addicted to gambling. Maybe I was because I went every chance I could, when I, worked and had money. So maybe I was, who knows? But, now I don't have the money to do it anymore. So I don't go. So I guess I'm not addicted because I'd be losing my rent money and everything.
There's people that do that.
Yeah, I know. So I guess I had it under control.
Put your family up for sale, just
Yeah.
you could take my kids.
I don't think it's that fun losing.
No, it's not fun to lose. No.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to have to get off and go to
I
bed.
think I'm gonna hit
Guys.
the hay too.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Michelle, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for the fun time as usual. And good night to the chat.
Yeah, good night, Dominic, Chris, Triples.
Thanks for sticking with us.
You hit rock bottom.
Yeah, you hit the rock bottom of the internet.
CACB.
The lowest of the low.
Yeah. You've communicated with the best of the worst.
We talked about everything from birds to porn to gambling to depression.
And unsafe marriages.
Yeah.
Marriage, everything. We never have just one topic. All right, you guys. Bye-bye.
All right, take care, you guys.
Yeah, you too.
Party on.